we've also got underway as part of this partnership, this with central government, is much stronger focus on how the urban form impacts on wellbeing, and making sure that we are much better at measuring and evaluating how our decisions around planning are going to impact on things like affordable housing across the spectrum. And part of doing this social and affordable housing work and concentrating on that right now is to make sure that we can inform that spatial plan work and make sure that we're using the planning tools that are available to us to improve the provision of affordable housing and social housing.
We did bring a paper to this council on the 29th of July, also outlining the focus of the Greater Christchurch Partnership and the steps we're taking in terms of the actions that came out of the FDS. So that has been before you. We have a series of briefings set up for the remainder of this year and for next year, with decision points, with decisions going to Urban Development and Transport Committee for the implementation of the MPS. So there are a number of steps we've got in there to both brief and bring papers to you over the next 12 months.
Great, thank you. Yanni, anything further? Can someone just talk to the changes to the Regional Transport Committee, and are we going to get a specific report on that? I see that this is being incorporated into the partnership now. Regional Public.
Joint Public Transport Committee. It was just a subcommittee. So the Regional Transport Committee still
A different thing, yeah.
So
It was a public transport.
the Regional Public Transport.
No, it wasn't regional. It was public transport. Yeah.
Right. So that's going to this group, and then they'll choose the priorities for funding.
No.
No. It's
So it's the Greater Christchurch Public Transport Joint Committee. That's been deleted, and that's going into this new committee.
No, it's going in. It's part of the
existing
Greater
committee.
Christchurch Partnership Committee, so
Yep.
part of the local committee.
Yep,
So
Leanne.
what's the role of us within
Could
that?
I be,
I'll just take a
I'm
comment
through the
from Leanne on
chair,
this as well.
It might be helpful
Yeah.
because clearly Councillor Johansson has kind of forgotten the strategic approach that we set up. We don't control public transport, so we set up an arrangement with Waimakariri and Selwyn and ECAN so that we could collaborate with them essentially around the development of the public transport plan. Once that task was done, there was no real reason for us to be there, because the real relationship for us as a city sits with ECAN and what we can achieve in that regard. And so, I mean, Mike's probably even better to describe that as me. But the regional transport body, which does the regional transport plan, Mike's our representative on that, and it continues to exist. So all the second document does here is make the amendments to an existing MOU that we have to cater for a new committee. So really the focus is on the new committee and the relationship with central government.
Yeah, but I guess what I'm interested to understand is, given that public transport has the biggest impact on us as a city, both from revenue raised and services provided, why would we not have a citywide public transport strategy that informed it? Like when I read through this change or the terms of reference or whatever you want to call it, it feels very much like as a city we kind of lose some opportunity to have our own public transport plan, and that this group basically gets to determine where the money's going.
No, it doesn't. ECAN does. Do you not understand the process?
We have a huge public transport budget. We had
ECAN.
acceleration funding that was provided that we were told would be decided by the PT business case.
I'm sorry,
Not
Mr.
us.
Chair. As Councillor Johansson has clearly forgotten, we actually did not delegate any decision making to that committee over our infrastructure decisions. So that committee simply provided an input into the planning processes for ECAN. So that's all it did.
Yep.
It was certainly it was briefed on the work that we were doing, but it was not a decision maker. We made a decision not to transfer any responsibility to that committee for decision making.
So as these future reports that you've referred to and the updates come back to Mike's committee,
Yes.
clearly it's going to be important to articulate very clearly roles, responsibilities, influences, where decisions are made, and so on, so that there is no scope for any misunderstanding about where those roles and responsibilities lie.
Absolutely.
So sorry, who determines the allocation of the acceleration fund for PT, for public transport? So the acceleration fund that we got from government, there's a public transport component. Who determines how that gets prioritised and spent?
So all of the
Can we just get an answer from Anna first?
Well, she may not know.
No.
All right.
It's
It was transport.
Is it us as a city council?
What?
Okay, there are clearly some questions coming up here that are
Completely out of order.
out of scope for the substantive matters that we're agreeing today.
yeah.
I mean, it almost strikes me
on
as...
page. Read page 75.
Okay, so have you got a specific... So can you ask a specific question? And if there are people in the room that can answer it, we'll get the answer.
So what
and
I'm
if
trying
there
to
are
understand
not, then
is
we'll get an answer outside of the meeting. Yanni, specific question. What are you asking?
What is our governance input into...
What page?
It's page 175. Yep. What is our governance input into the spend on public transport in Greater Christchurch?
So is that a
In terms of
question that staff are able to answer?
right?
I can answer it to some degree, which is that the transfer of those functions from the Public Transport Committee to the Greater Christchurch Partnership Committee doesn't change the ability of any of the partners to make decisions. It hasn't changed any mandate, rights, obligations. The same members are sitting around the table. Waka Kotahi is obviously a key member of that. So those conversations at a governance level and a staff level are happening in exactly the same way as they were previously.
In item B, could we not put, and this is on page 175, XB, where it says develop the Greater Christchurch component of the Regional Public Transport Plan and recommend to the Canterbury Regional Council for approval, could we not put a step in there that it would come back to the partner councils before it's submitted to ECAN? Because what happened last time is we tried to move amendments and we got told it's out of order, all the work's been done, you can't move amendments to the PT business case. So we didn't get any opportunity.
Sorry, the PT business case is not this.
No.
It was from this.
You are completely
same-
off track.
Yeah.
There really is a need, I think, for information to be provided outside of this meeting on the detail of the way that all of this works, because, you know, what I've just heard leads me to a point where, you know, I mean, this isn't the opportunity to reinvent the whole thing.
No, all I'm
We're
asking
one
is for
signatory
PT
to a document with
that
a
we
number
have-
of partners. We cannot unilaterally change that on the back of this meeting.
No, and it doesn't change.
generally,
It doesn't
what-
change this council's opportunity to have input in these things on their own right.
Yeah, and you remember what happened at the meeting where we couldn't...
Okay, can we avoid all this talking across the table? Yanni, if you've got specific questions for staff, if you can please ask them.
So
if
my
staff
understanding-
can't answer them in this meeting, we'll get
So with,
answers outside of the meeting.
Sorry, I
so with
missed what
GCB,
David just said.
what would generally happen is if they were working on something, they would bring that to the partner councils for approval before it was submitted or ratified. So all I'm trying to understand in terms of PT is that's not really clear under B. That might be the practice that would happen in reality. And all I'm asking is just for some clarity around that. Those of you won't remember that Christchurch used to have its own Metro PT plan.
Who are you addressing? Are you asking a question to staff?
No, I'm just telling you what
Telling
you
me.
asked for clarification.
Can you please ask a question to staff? Could you please ask a question to staff?
So will the Greater Christchurch component of the Regional Public Transport Plan come to us as a partner council before it's submitted to ECAN for approval?
Chair, can I just make a suggestion? We're getting into quite complex sort of
We are
situation
indeed.
around decision making around public transport. Can I suggest that we bring back to the council, probably in a workshop briefing, some details on how public transport decisions are made, because there's different elements to public transport. There's services and then there's infrastructure. And it's all sort of, you know, different councils have different responsibilities. So can I suggest that that's a way forward just to create some clarity here?
And clearly there is, you know, there are different levels of knowledge around our table about the way this works. Some people are very close to it because, you know, they sit on this committee. And there are others who clearly you know, there's a requirement for some information so that everybody's got the same degree of knowledge, put it that way. All right, so let's do that. That would be good. All right, are there any further questions for staff on the matter which is in front of us today? Jimmy.
Thank you. One question is regarding to these two memorandum agreement, whether cover the like across the different territorial authority, like a discipline review, or have considered neighboring council, you know, those kind of environment or transport the concern, the issue, etc. For instance, like all council, all discipline review, maybe, you know, we specific area, we are heavy industrial area, but neighboring council, they are new subdivision residential area. So create, you know, all those kind of reverse the environment effect, or and like wider Hornby community, also community board, particular concern, the Christchurch, the Hornby, the Radisson, the environment and transport, those study, etc. Further study before done, but after that start, whether this agreement or this committee, you know, cover this the scope or not.
It helps reinforce the conversation between partners, which through this will now include more in terms of central government,
Yes.
and that Anna was talking to before. Okay. So it gives us, I guess, a greater opportunity to have those conversations about how we do our planning within our own districts and how that interacts with each other. And that's part of the work that we're doing with the Greater Christchurch Spatial Planning work. Okay. And this agreement, by identifying both with the existing partners and the additional central government partners, okay, it allows us to have quite a robust and meaningful conversation at both the governance and at a staffing level.
Okay, that's a high level strategic
Yep.
dialogue. Yeah,
Yep.
But if a community, whether they are eligible to make the deputation, bring to this joint committee or not.
Yeah, so, well, Anna can probably talk to in terms of deputations to the committee, but there are opportunities to do that, absolutely.
Okay.
And there will also be methods of engagement with our communities as we go through the development of our spatial planning work. So there will be engagement opportunities too.
Yes.
Do you want to expand on that?
Yes, that's correct. We've got alongside the spatial plan, which is being developed over, particularly over the next 9 months, there is going to be opportunities for the public to engage directly in that process.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Okay, that's my question.
Thank you. Further questions? Aaron.
I'm happy to move in addition that Yanni's added to the committee, because he's the one that has the most concerns around what's going on here. Can he be added?
You'd have to replace one of the existing
Yeah.
ones.
Yeah.
Do you? Would you have to take someone off?
Yeah, there's 3 members.
I had assumed that if there were going to be any discussions about changing the membership, that would have been raised prior to the meeting so that it could be done
Certainly with the
respectfully.
members of it.
Yeah,
Okay.
Membership would be outside of this.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But
Although
the public
6C is
meetings,
appointing
Taking it
those.
in.
Any councillor can come along.
Yeah.
And
I mean-
many of the ECAN councillors do come on a regular basis, but I don't always see colleagues there. Yeah, he came once.
All right. Are there any further questions? No further questions. All right. Is there any debate on this? Oh, it's been moved and has it been moved and seconded?
I'm happy to move it.
Leanne will move. Do we have a seconder? Tim, you'll second? All right. So moved by Leanne, seconded by Tim. Is there any debate on this? Yanni.
Oh,
Just wanted to move 3 amendments. That the council requests that improved urban design and increased protection for trees and versatile soils be added as priorities to the Urban Growth Partnership. 2, that the council request removal of clause 9.3V. And 3, that the council note concern at the lack of progress on the Greater Christchurch Social and Affordable Housing Action Plan and request that the GCP give higher priority to it being signed off and actioned.
So have we got those written somewhere?
I've just sent them through to David.
Because I think
In a second.
all well and good that you're verbalising them, but I think we need to see what's been proposed so that we can see whether there's, first of all, a seconder for them. Any of them? Let's just get the wording in front of us. So the idea here, Yanni, would be that we approve the agreements, but then put these requests alongside approval.
Yeah, it's a bit hard because of the way the report's written. So, for example, the priorities are listed in the staff report, not in the actual MOU. So it's a bit hard to know how to change them, other than just to have a kind of generic statement. Number 2 is very specific. And I think 3 is more just a noting provision.
9.3V. Which page is that on? 9.3V.
Yeah, I think it's
Ensure integrated
175.
planning of land use, housing and infrastructure, including alignment with government policies such as the NPS on urban development and advancing opportunities to implement new urban development tools. So removing 9V would be don't.
Sorry, I can't find it. Where?
It's on page
160.
160.
Yeah.
It's the last of the 9.3 clauses, just before 9.4. So if this were to carry, what you would be requesting would be that we don't ensure integrated planning of the land use, housing and infrastructure, including alignment with government policy such as the NPS on urban development. So what you're saying is that you remove the requirement to ensure that.
Well, it
That's
just
what you're
remains
requesting.
silent on it.
I
Yep.
can't find it. Where are we?
It's page 160.
So this is about 2/3 of the way down page 160 in our agenda, page 9 of the agreement.
I wouldn't recommend
I
changing
was about to say, can we get some staff advice? But
No.
let's get staff advice on each of them. So proposed amendment 1, that the council requests that improved urban design, increased protection for trees and versatile soils be added as priorities. Is that able to be done within the context of the agreement?
Eh?
Chair, if it's all right with you, I'd like to ask you to adjourn for 5 minutes so I can have a conversation with my colleagues and staff, because obviously these amendments haven't been notified to us, so we need to
Indeed.
discuss them.
Yep. I'm feeling that we need some advice on them, before anybody could decide whether they even wanted to second one of these amendments. There's advice that we would need. So let's, we won't adjourn the meeting, but we'll move off of this item and then come back to it once I get a signal that we've got the advice ready. If that was after the morning tea break, then that would
be
give you a
better.
bit of time to do it.
It would be
Yep.
better.
All right, so let's come back to this item after morning tea.
On that one, can we just get also Dawn just really clear advice on whether we actually can amend it? Because I would have thought it's binary yes or no. So I'm not even sure really why we are debating it, to be honest.
Is
Yeah.
there a seconder for it?
It may be that we need the advice before.
It's very binary. It's either we either accept it or we don't.
Well,
I
if nobody
suspect-
seconds it, then we can move on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do think with one though there should be some looking at it. Not at this point, but there is a lot of concern with regards to intensification, the tree canopy, etc.
Okay, before we get into
Yeah, okay,
debating it,
sorry.
can I get some advice on whether these amendments are in order or out of order in terms of the item that we're discussing? And then can we get some advice back alongside so that if there was anybody who had a mind to second these things, at least they're doing that on the back of advice rather than just doing it, having seen it for the first time here. Let's bring it back after morning tea. Clearly, with 45 minutes to do it, it's not going to be a huge piece of work anyway. Thank you. So let's come back to this after morning tea. Thank you. All right, so now let's move on to items 9 and 10, which are two separate items, but we will take them alongside each other. So, Peter, welcome to the table. Thanks for joining us. So we've got the performance report for June, which is the one that naturally would have come to the previous meeting. We're now obviously in September, so this is looking backwards. As we look at that June report, it's important to note that there are decisions that we made in the long-term plan which amended some levels of service, which discontinued some levels of service, and which put some new levels of service in place. So we're looking at the June report as the end of that previous period in the old levels of service environment. So that essentially is looking backwards. Item 10, the performance report for August, is obviously reporting on current levels of service within the current reporting period. And that's where, if we had any concerns moving forward, any questions would rightly be put. So just in thinking of where any questions belong, anything about the previous period belongs in item 9, anything about the current period belongs in item 10. So, Peter, I don't know whether you've got any further comment on that matter, or looking at item 9, obviously moving to any comments that you've got on the report itself.
Thank you and good morning. Yes, the June report, the year-end report from the last LTP, closes out the old 18 to 21 LTP. I'm going to propose that in order to avoid a marathon, it would be better to look at the highlights for the year-end report and then move to the topical information from August, because it's simply more current. It's 3 months more current than the old year-end. But it is important, I think, to recognise and respect the achievements of councillors, staff and our contractors for the year ending in June. There are some success stories in there, and they also paint a picture going forward of how the next year will look. So if, Mr Chair, through you, if it's okay to hit the highlights from year end of the old LTP,
yep,
but to look in more detail at the commentaries around the current position.
Yeah, so essentially if you comment on the two reports together, and then when it comes to decision making, we'll deal with item 9 first and then item 10 second. But if you want to combine commentary over the two reports, then that's fine.
Okay, sure. Look, to close out the 2021 year, which obviously was heavily affected by COVID, we only had a very small number of levels of service that actually were made into failures by COVID. They were considerably less. There was only 5 or so in that year, whereas there was something like 17 the year before. And there are other things in there that have almost crept by unnoticed, but at least to the outside world. We had an extreme rainfall event in June, and none of our levels of service failed for the first time ever. So all those mitigations, all that expense, all that work over years worked. I'm not sure that the media picked up on that. It seems like a long time ago, but it was in fact only 3 months ago. We had a hell of an event. So that's worth noting as well. There also, and this is not in the excuses department, there were a lot of levels of service that would have got over the line with 1%, 2% or 3% more. They were very close. An unusual number. Statistically, it sometimes is going to happen. And lastly, as the Chair has pointed out, these are the old levels of service from the 2018 LTP. The new ones that you will see in the following report for August had much more oversight from ELT and from Council. You invested the time there. There are fewer of them. The targets are a bit more realistic. So that's just to set the scene of how things went. To move quickly through some of the highlights, smooth travel is a key measure for the public, and it's one of the ones that drives the resident survey feedback that we've been getting around roading. Now you can see there's a steady climb over years, 74, 76, 79% achievement there. Now that's before the major injection that went into the new LTP. So it's climbing well, and it's got as funded, I think you'll recall in the LTP discussions, that the extra money that was put towards roading for this year and going forward was about as much as the roading team felt they could actually go and do. So we're playing catch up for all those post-earthquake years, and it's showing dividends, but I expect that this time next year, those numbers will look much better, even though they're pretty good. Customer service requests for curb and channel, people choosing to travel by bike, these are all on the up, and these are all difficult things to achieve, especially in a year where we've had both COVID and weather events. Solid waste, very high results there, high level of reliability. Noise control, you'll notice there the volumes were up. Now that's lockdown had that effect. You'll remember that there was a big spike during lockdowns. Volumes are up, but the level of service went up at the same time. Libraries continue to deliver like clockwork, and I just want to highlight they have been consistently excellent and at the top end of Australasian library service delivery for years now. They are absolutely clockwork. High is good, but high consistently is really tough. Rec and sport facility use went up despite COVID. So we finished the year at 82% roughly. That's a rounded figure out of 85. Now taking into account what I pointed out before, COVID lockdown, extreme weather event, effects of not lockdown, including noise and all those sorts of things, that shows a pretty high level of service continuity through all of those turmoils. So that's, in a nutshell, in a 3-minute potted story, how that year went and how we closed out the 2018 LTP. Moving on to the latest report, August report. As I said, there are fewer levels of service. And I should just point out, I'll just backtrack a moment, I should have started this way. The difference between these reports and some of the more operational ones you receive are that they are against performance targets. They're not information in themselves, they're against a goal. And that's a slightly tougher prospect. So starting with level of service delivery, we're 84% looking for 85 at the start of the year. Now remember that start of the year was heavily dominated by the footprint of lockdown. So again, we've got service continuity right through lockdown. None of the core services had blips, and very few of the non-core services had blips either, despite the extended lockdown. Those that have are those who are simply unable to control their situation when a lockdown, level 4 lockdown occurs. So the art gallery can't have people through the door. That's not a management issue. There's no way they can mitigate that. The door's simply shut. Relatively few of those, and they are the reason we're at 84 instead of 86 or 88. So moving through briskly now. I'm on, I can't say what page it is on your report. It's a bubble diagram in the August report that shows a graph of council activities provided as circles, perhaps 63, right. Now, just to spend a moment on this, because it's actually, it's a little dry to look at, but it's a valuable piece of work. That graph basically describes the sweet spot where council performance wants to be. So along the bottom, you have spend. So to the right, underspend, to the left, overspend. On the vertical axis, you've got service delivery. So where those activities want to be is where you can see that cluster up the top, which means they are hitting their levels of service over 85%, and they're also doing it on budget. Where you have an outlier, and the notable ones there are transport and water supply, that means that they are drifting towards spend, overspend, and they are also below on their service delivery. So the purpose of this is to enable you to quickly look and say, what do we need to pay attention to, and what's underneath that? Now, I don't think there are any surprises there that transport and water supply are of interest. And lastly, the size of the graphics indicates the level of spend. So obviously transport is a huge spend. So building on that, you'll get further information from PMO, but our results against capital have obviously taken a big hit as a result of lockdown. Simply the sites were shut. I mean, you'll have discussions with Ruth Cable and PMO on this. But watch list is at 65 against a target of 90, and that's almost entirely driven by the shutdown. Projects were stood up again very quickly afterwards, but of course a month is a long time in a project. How we mitigate that is probably beyond this high-level report. That's a very detailed strategic discussion. But I would point out that there are both steps to bridge the gap and there are things that we don't control, and I'm sure Ruth will talk to you about supply chain issues, skills and labour issues across the country. This is not just us, this is everybody. This is everybody from the handyman who wants plywood right through to Fulton Hogan. And it probably won't be going away anytime soon. So again, at the high level, levels of service, high continuity. Financial, high continuity. Capital, we've got issues there. Now they're not insurmountable, but this is flagging the level of that. And I should, in terms of risk, also talk about the potential for further lockdowns. Arguably it exists. Maybe it's decreasing by the day. Capital planning, this report talks to both delivery but also the other end of the pipe, which is planning. In other words, are we planning sufficiently to get the projects through? At this stage, the drawdown's looking good, both for March of next year and for May of the year after, indicating that at this stage our planning is good in terms of keeping the pipe moving towards delivery. Following that are the levels of service exceptions for August. Now, some of these are conservative. As you'll recall, the Audit and Risk Committee asked us to make sure that where a year is finished with a level of service that didn't succeed, that it doesn't go straight to being green again, that there's a degree of introspection about what's the proof that this is working well now. So some of these are precautionary, and we expect them, with the high level of discipline that ELT and the staff are now showing around chasing these exceptions, that we lift from this figure over the next quarter. On a personal note, we've watched this for a long time, and with that level of focus, I'm confident we'll go up. So I don't intend to line by line those exceptions. The management comments and their remedial actions are there. The executive team is focused on these, and so are staff in general, and so is my team. I'm happy to field questions on those. We've got an arrangement whereby, because of the situation with the spacing, we haven't asked all the managers to be here. If there's a specific issue, I can get a message away to my staff for a manager to attend, or we can take the question and report back.
All right, thank you very much. So maybe we should separate the questions out. Are there any questions, first of all, on item 9, the June report? Yeah, let's just deal with any questions. I'll come back to that. So Jimmy and then Yanni. Jimmy.
Only one question on page 38 regarding the multicultural recreation and the community center, because it looks like this a long time, this kind of facility project. I just want to know, have any whether staff still continue to follow up. So he's okay.
Complex question, and one that I think that the PMO and the project manager need to answer. I couldn't do it justice off the hip, to be honest.
So let's get an answer offline to that one and circulate it to everybody. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yanni.
Thank you. I mean, it's a bit relevant to the point that you've just made around understanding what we're doing for remedial action. But on page 46, we have the active travel measures, and one of those is to reduce the number of reported cycling and pedestrian crashes on the network, less than 41, and we missed the target. We had 43. But I also note that we've seen an increase in people cycling. Is there a measure we have, like per kilometre cycled or per cyclist? Like, is there any other measure that we have to kind of understand the trend?
Is that the end of the question?
Yeah. Well, then the other thing was, out of the ones that we've had, the crashes, do we have a sort of assessment of the cause and you know what's led to it and what we might do to address black spots or hot spots?
Okay. Look, I should be clear. I think we've had this chat once before, but the purpose of this measure, which is, I believe, one of the mandatory ones imposed on us, it's not one that we've thought up.
Yeah.
The purpose of it is we can't prevent deaths. The purpose of this is to make sure that if there is an event, and we have taken all best precautions with our infrastructure, that we go back and look at the intersection, the lights, whatever the conditions may be, and make sure that we follow up that there's no infrastructure contribution to the accident. I should revise my earlier wording. We can't plan against human error. But the purpose of this is to say, go back, do the examination. Was there an infrastructure contribution to the accident, and is there something the council can do about that? So it's a clunky measure that comes from central government, and I wish it were worded in a way that explained what I just said, that it's about ensuring that our infrastructure is fit for purpose. Because as it is, it sounds like we're trying to prevent death from occurring or human error. And if it's human error, we can't control that, but if it's our infrastructure, we can.
Yeah, it's just, the kind of question was in terms of the remedial action. You don't get any sense of, you get a very generic sense of keep doing what we're doing. You don't get any sort of specific sense of over the last year, X amount of crashes were caused by this, or, you know, and here's why we think we might reprioritize some resource to focus on, maybe it's some intersections, maybe it's some other, you know, workplace construction site safety requirements. It's just, I guess that's kind of the quick, what I'm really trying to understand is, you know, where do we get that more specific remedial action response based on the evidence of what's happened rather than the generic?
Okay. Look, this is a summary for the purposes of the committee. I'm aware that the transport roading people and NETS people have a very high level of competence and detail that would sit below this around what were the contributing factors and so forth. They do a lot of work in this space. It just maybe isn't represented on the page because it's quite detailed.
Are we able to get like a memo or something?
I should add some of it may also be almost personal matters, because in a small city it's possible for people to link an event to a person. So we just need to be a bit mindful of the sensitivities around that. So look, I'll take away your question, go back to Lynette's team and see if we can come back to you with information about the analysis below these words.
Yeah, that would be really
and
helpful.
The contributing factors and how they're being dealt with.
Yeah.
But I, on the face of it, I'd have a high level of confidence around what they're doing below it. It's just not on the page here.
The question really is around reprioritisation of resources to address the failing target to try and improve the outcome.
Because it's a mandatory target and a big one and a public one, I'm confident of their level of response underneath it, but I'll come back to you with the detail.
Just the other question I had, and it sort of overlaps both of these in terms of water supply and the leaks, but we're obviously putting the smart meters in.
Which page are you referring to here, Yanni? Where are you?
It's just water leaks. No, it's well, it's on both really, but sorry, I'll just try and flick through. So yeah, it's up in page 42.
42, thank you.
Yeah. So, and it's the council operates water supplies in a reliable and responsive manner, and we're obviously missing the target. But the key question really is we've gone with a replace thing for the meters, which I understand makes a lot of sense. We're putting the smart meters in as a trial in the Rafiti zone, which I totally understand. I guess the question, a higher level question, is kind of, if we're getting so many water leaks and meters breaking down and we're replacing them, what's the capacity to actually put the smart meters in when we replace now, rather than have to come back and replace meters that have been replaced just recently with the new smart meters?
So we're trialling two types of smart meters and two ways of communicating with those smart meters. And once we've finished those trials, then yes, that is exactly what we'll do. All future replacements will be with smart meters.
Okay. And what's the sort of time frame for that trial to be?
That trial will, we've had some delays with deliveries because of COVID, and getting things shipped in. So I can't give you an exact date on that, but we'll expect to run that trial over the rest of this year.
Right. And what would the risk be of putting in the smart meters ahead of the trial results?
We used the wrong meters and the wrong communication techniques. And we'd have to take them out, yes.
But you'll have to do that for the ones. So you have to do it in Rafiti. You have to do it in a small water zone, do you? Is that?
We're using Rafiti as a zone for all of the smart network pilots. So it's not just the meters. Right. We're also trialling bulk flow meters, acoustic meters, some pressure meters, and the water quality work that we're doing.
So sorry, what I was trying to understand is if you were putting in the new smart meters even as a trial basis, do they have to go in the Rafiti zone, or could they go into the ones that we're replacing as part of the water leaks?
No, we're wanting to do a smart network trial in the Rafiti zone, so yes, they have to go in the Rafiti zone.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you. Now, Pauline, you had a question on exactly that matter, and then Leanne, I'll come to you.
Yeah, just because Helen's at the table.
Okay.
It's Mike.
Oh, Mike. Okay. Thank you.
Mine was also about the leak percentage does not seem to be coming down. It's been 0.5% between June and August, but and it's in the next report on page 65 where you say that percentage water loss is not a good measurement, but it's mandated by the DIA. And then you go through to look at volumetric and percentages, and then on the next page, I'm just wanting an explanation of how to understand that information on the average infrastructure leakage index, the councils, and then Water New Zealand National Performance Review. So maybe could you send a memo out, or are you able to explain it now?
Yep, we can send a memo out on that. Yeah. And the other aspect to note on that is that while the leaks at the water connections on the footpath are really obvious, they're not necessarily the biggest contribution to leaks out of our network, because we're also getting leaks from mains that aren't as obvious to people.
That's
so
right.
While we're doing a lot of work on those meter box replacements, that's not the only source of water loss.
Yeah, and so are you saying that if we adopted a different measurement rather than percentage of leakage, our data would present a bit better?
No, it's just that measure fluctuates from year to year, depending on the amount of water we're using, not on the actual leakage rate. So it's just getting a better measure.
Right. Okay. Well, a wee memo just broadening that would be helpful.
Certainly, we'll do that.
Cheers.
Great. Thank you. So, Helen, while we've got you at the table, Leanne's got a question, and then I'll come to Mike and Phil. So, Leanne.
Just, do you think Te Mata Arawa would be open to reviewing some of those measures? Because if you actually want to have something that's of value, then perhaps that's a standard that we could ask for nationally?
Possibly. Those measures at the moment are looked after by Department of Internal Affairs.
Yes, I was hoping they might transfer.
They may.
Okay.
Thank you. Mike.
Actually, my question was going to be, Yanni asked it around the cycle crashes in terms of actually which ones of those crashes may have been caused by our infrastructure. I think it's a really important question to ask, and for us to get that information so we know we're actually fixing some of the problems, because the whole road to zero is actually trying to remove infrastructure as an issue. But I did note in 10 there's a different measure in there, so have we progressed from the old measure into a new way of measuring that statistic?
I can't tell you the calculation method, but I've been in touch with Lynette while we're speaking, and she's coming back with a briefing on this subject.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Phil.
Sorry, Helen, I need to talk to you again. On page 65, are we, as far as the leaks go, are we prioritising the ones that are leaking the most, or are we prioritising, when we're doing replacement, changing asbestos pipes?
So those are two different questions. So in terms of leaks, we prioritise major leaks. So yes, we prioritise those that leak the most. In terms of the asbestos cement mains, we prioritise those by condition of the mains. So that's all done by the condition assessment.
Yeah, what I'm getting at is, should we go, this old main's not leaking, so we should throw all our effort at leaks? Or is...
No, we need to do both.
Okay. and just the other one above that on page 65, it says the as far as consumption of drinking water per resident, in July the actual was just under 250. We'll say it's 250. In August was just under 250 litres a day per person. If we're not careful, if and it goes up to 350 litres a day per person, if you've got more than 2 people in your house, if you read this, you're over the 700 in the summer, whether you like it or not.
No, so the consumption of water per person, you don't multiply the per person consumption to get a household consumption, because the consumption goes down per person as you have more people in the household. So, for example, you do your washing together, you wash your dishes together. Yeah. So it's not a direct relationship like that. So average household consumption is the 540 litres per day.
Yeah. So okay.
So yes, there is a relationship to the number of people, but it's not additive.
It's not like that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there any further questions on item 9? All right, so let's then, Sam, you've indicated you're happy to move item 9. I'm happy to second. So that's moved and seconded. Peter, thank you for the commentary. You've certainly highlighted some of the things that are worthy of note. We achieved an increase in levels of service on the previous year in what was still a period with some significant challenges: COVID, lockdown, the after effects of lockdown, rainfall, potential for flooding, and deliverability when compared to the previous year, meeting levels of service. We made some improvements, so that was good to see. And that also led to a strong focus on deliverability as we were considering new levels of service and the capital programme for the long-term plan as well. So, yeah, certainly there's some good news in this report, so thank you very much indeed. Any other comments on this? I'll put Leanne.
Just briefly, I did want to pick up your comment because I wrote it down before you said it, which was, and it was paragraph 1.4 of report 9, no levels of service that did not meet target as a result of the extreme rainfall event in June 2021. The council's investment in flood control and mitigation was effective. And I did want to reinforce the significance of that statement in the report and to reflect concerns that we may be debating next week on Monday, in fact, in relation to stormwater being included in the proposed multi-regional entity. Because I think if there were a statement that highlighted the significance of why our urban waterways, our flood drainage, our flood management and our drainage system and stormwater not just being pipes but being blue and green infrastructure, it is so significant in terms of that full integration that I think we bear that in mind. And I just wanted to also reflect on level of service exceptions, the significance of the detail that is published regularly and discussed in public in such detail, even when it's showing that we're not meeting our levels of service. Would a large entity at such a distance from different parts of the community meet that test? And that's, I guess, the question that we'll look at next week.
Thank you. All right, so I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. So then moving to item 10, are there any other questions that people have got that specifically relate to item 10? So Pauline will move, Tim will second. Any discussion on this item? I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Now 10:59. Let's break till 11:15 for morning tea, and then we'll come back and resume item 14 at that time. So I'll adjourn till 11:15. Thank you. We'd entered debate on item 14. Yanni had put forward 3 amendments. We adjourned the item to get advice on the 3 amendments. We hadn't got as far as getting seconders for any of them as yet. So where we're up to is now we've got staff advice on the 3 amendments which have been put forward. There's been a bit of work done in the break, which has resulted in some additional wording in the main resolution, and a conversation just now with Yanni as well. But if we can get the staff advice on the 3 amendments, one at a time, that would be great. So if we can deal with the first one first. Yeah, so if we can get, so we've got them here. That the council request improved urban design and increased protection for trees and versatile soils be added as priorities for the urban growth partnership. That was the first amendment that Yanni was proposing. So if we can get some staff advice on that, please.
Thanks. Just to start off though, Sam raised the question of whether you can actually amend the agreement. The advice to you is yes, you could amend the agreement, but what that would mean is that agreement would then have to go back to all the partners for their consideration and agreement. There's a couple of partners who've already agreed to the wording with that clause in there. So that would delay the process quite considerably. So one of the partners will be the Crown or the government having to reconsider. So technically you can, but actually it would be
significant amount of work in time.
So what we've come up with in F, and Leanne and Tim had a conversation about this in the break, is something that achieves the priority that Yanni's wanting to achieve, but through a mechanism that doesn't cause that delay and that actually is able to happen in the context of the agreement.
The other thing I would say to you is that the amendments put up add probably very little value, and so that delay would be for pretty much no value, and I'll explain why. So the first suggested amendment in relation to urban design, protection of trees and versatile soils. So versatile soils will be required to be protected under an upcoming national policy statement, and all the partner councils and the Crown are already working towards that, assuming that we do need to protect versatile soils. So that will be something that the committee will have to do anyway, as will we. In relation to urban design and protection of trees, again, those are going to be required anyway, as we are required to do. So removing those elements won't add anything to the obligations of the committee. I just want to make also the point that even if the committee wasn't to prioritise those matters, which they will, and the early discussions on the spatial plan have already highlighted those as important matters, there's nothing precluding this council doing its own protection of our trees and prioritising urban design for our city. But like I said, the committee in the early discussions on the spatial plan have already identified those matters as important matters. Removal of clause 9.3v. The obligations that are sitting and mentioned in that clause are obligations that the parties have to comply with anyway. So even if that clause wasn't actually explicitly mentioned in the agreement, they will still be bound by those obligations. So removing that particular clause will add absolutely nothing to the obligations of the committee and the partner councils. The third suggestion up there around noting the delays, noting those delays is quite appropriate. I think the whole team is disappointed with the delays with that housing work. So my advice to you is that would actually be quite an appropriate note. That's number 3.
Okay, so where that leads us to is that the priority that Yanni is signalling in proposed amendment 1 is now picked up using a mechanism that we can use without causing any delay in clause F. So Yanni, on that basis, are you happy to not proceed with amendment 1 and we just pick it up as a priority in clause F in green? Yeah. Great, thank you. The advice on proposed amendment 2 is that it would be meaningless because it's got to happen anyway and probably doesn't achieve what you were seeking to achieve in any case. The NPSUD is what it is and we remain needing to work in that framework. regardless of whether it's in the agreement or not, and it would be a negative. It would be a negative. I'm confused as to what's happening now. Oh no, we'll deal with that as an amendment. That noting the lack of progress we'll deal with as an amendment. So 2, on the basis of the advice, you're happy to withdraw, Yanni? All right. Well, yeah. Okay. So I mean, we've received advice that it makes no difference whatsoever to remove it. So is there a seconder for that amendment? Okay, so that lapses for want of a seconder. And the third one, we can either just amalgamate as a noting provision, or we can deal with it as an amendment. Okay, so Leanne, Tim, you're happy for it to be put in there as a noting provision, so let's do that. So just to, yeah, I see what you were saying now. Incorporate it as a G as a note. Yep. Okay.
So just on F, it's probably best to put that request Christchurch City Council.
Yes, it is. Yeah, Christchurch City Council GCP members, and that was certainly what was intended. So thank you for that. Yeah, so request Christchurch City Council GCP members. Yep, all right, and then G, and it might just need a tidy up of the wording so that it flows properly with the... Yeah, so rather than that, the council, so just G, notes, concern at the... Yep, all right. And that's all now included in the main resolution, so we don't need to deal with any of them as amendments. So this is moved and seconded. As we were, Yanni, we're in debate and you're speaking.
Okay, thanks. So I just wanted to, I'm disappointed I didn't get a seconder for the amendment to remove 9.3V. When the MPS, when we were briefed on the MPS, there was... concern. Some of the quotes were horrifically tone deaf, an Auckland plan written by Wellington bureaucrats. And then there was a lot of talk about that the MPS seemed directed at fixing problems in Auckland and would instead cause problems in Christchurch, especially around the availability of things like car parking in the city, but also in terms of a small number of high-rise buildings and a large number of vacant sites. Some councillors called it nothing more than an Auckland policy, and it was like cramming a round peg into a square hole. Some councillors urged residents to rise up and wrote to local MPs and make their voices heard. And I guess at the end of the day, the idea of having an urban growth partnership in collaboration with central government is a really good one. It's something that this council has successfully tried to do through things like the housing accord, and certainly in the post-earthquake environment, there have been numerous examples of where there was supposed to be collaboration and partnership with central government. But sadly, what seems to be apparent is that we've often been on the end of being told what to do, and that's being filtered through to our local communities. So, I think the idea of the partnership is really positive, but it needs to be open and collaborative, not simply a case of us simply just doing what government is demanding that we do, particularly when it comes to the MPS on urban development. There are so many problems with that policy statement that at a grassroots level, in terms of Christchurch and Greater Christchurch, there are going to be significant problems associated with it. And that, I think, will filter through to the loss of neighbourhood amenity, poor urban design outcomes, lack of tree protection. And although we note that there's a versatile soils MPS to come, the reality is that protecting the environment and trees should happen first before you allow massive redevelopment and intensification, and sadly I don't think the timing is going to work. But this is our opportunity to work constructively with central government over a partnership approach that should include regulatory and non-regulatory matters. And so I can't see any reason why we'd continue down the track that we have when as a council we've raised so many concerns about the MPS. This just looks to enshrine it in the work program going forward. So I'm not going to be supporting this document today. I think the other thing is we really do need to lift the game on social and affordable housing. This actually goes back to 2007 when the idea of inclusionary zoning was first discussed. You think of what's happened with house prices across the region in recent times and post-earthquake, and you look at and say, if we'd done the work when we said we would do it, we may have a lot better outcomes than we've currently got for people being able to own, their own house. So I won't support this today, not because I don't believe in the concept, but I think having that clause 9.3 is not the right approach. We should be much more open-minded and collaborative with central government rather than just doing what they're telling us to do.
Thank you. Tim and then Leanne. Tim.
Thank you. And look, I really appreciate Yanni bringing up F and G, and I'm more than happy for them to be included. If you look at F, the difference between versatile soils and trees are two very different topics. It would be very good to have a discussion with our staff on how we look at protecting sites with trees, etc. We go on and on about the canopy and how much, say, London or New York have more trees than we do, which is surprising. But I could take you around Spraydon, Summerfield, and a number of others, and I can think of 6 sites that have been bulldozed clear for urban development. And people are not against intensification, and I'm sure there are some that are NIMBYs without question, but generally the concern that I get is how it's being done. And I think Jane's comments with regards, we can as a city do something. I think we need to really look at that and move that forward. So I think that's a priority, and obviously not for today. With regards to social housing and intensification and the number of houses, I did ask that at some stage that we get the numbers of properties being developed and those houses being built, because there is a huge number being built. The numbers between 2007 and the increase from then to now is, I think, significant, and it would be good to get an idea of that. And I know that the social housing network are really full on, and the numbers that we get through regulatory compliance, it is significant. So it would be really good to get an idea of how many are being built, where they're being built, and how that's going to curb the demand. So, yeah, thank you. Cheers.
Thank you, Leanne.
Thank you. I would hate anyone tuning in today to think that this was bad news. This is a great news story. It is a fantastic opportunity for our city to collaborate with our 2 closest neighbours, Waimakariri and Selwyn districts, with Environment Canterbury, with the DHB, but most importantly with Ngāi Tahu, to understand the values as relating to the treaty relationship that we have worked so incredibly hard to develop. So this is an opportunity for us to join with the government's urban growth agenda. So it is a government agenda. They have designed it for greater alignment, integration and coordination between central government, local government and mana whenua around housing, land use, infrastructure planning and investment. Well, I'm sorry, but I've been saying that since I arrived, and I actually thought that we had everyone around the table saying the same thing. There are elements of government policy that I don't agree with. There is going to be an incredible debate here next Monday where I think we might actually find unanimity around the table on a matter of government policy. The MPS urban development is in place. We can't ignore it. We can work with it, and we are still awaiting staff advice about how that might resolve around the urban form. And one of the issues that you councillors entrusted me with was the ability to present a submission on the draft bill on natural and built environment as part of the RMA reforms. Nobody should be blind to that. I want to be sitting at the table with central government ministers as they go through the RMA reforms. We are doing so in an RMA context that gives us an enduring urban growth partnership. It gives us joint spatial planning where we can integrate with central government agencies and develop joint work programs to comprise key transformative initiatives. And yes, I'm quoting from the memorandum of agreement, but it is designed for that purpose. And I think a lot of the challenges that are faced in Greater Christchurch will benefit from us sitting down and talking with our neighbours, with Ngāi Tahu and with central government in such an open and transformative way.
So there's been quite a bit of comment through questions and also from Yanni by way of what he was seeking to achieve in these amendments around national policy. There can only be significant benefit in direct engagement with ministers and senior officials. It's a significant step forward in being able to articulate local and sub-regional issues, but at the same time, it's a significant step forward in being able to influence through this committee the development of national policy, which we've heard so much about this morning. So I note some of the matters raised in questions, the complexity of those matters, and I'm pleased that some of that, particularly around public transport, is going to be able to be briefed so that we've got a clear understanding of what the challenges, the opportunities, and the mechanisms are. And I think that's hugely important that we all understand that very, very clearly. But in terms of the decisions in front of us today, I'm supportive of the changes that are made through these agreements, and obviously therefore supportive of the approval of them. Was there any further debate? Oh. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? So Yanni against and Aaron against. Any abstentions? That's carried. Thank you. Okay, so now moving on to, now Piers, we've got you here, and I'm aware that you've come in specially for this, for item, getting to the item number, item 13, the Asset Management Improvement Programme. So I'll invite you to the table for item 13. We'll move to that item now. So this is the regular 6-monthly report. I'll just make the comment that this is an excellent report and thank you for it. I'm aware that you're no longer with the organisation, but thank you for the commitment that you're showing in coming back to speak to this work today. And thank you for the work that you've done in the time that you were with us, and for the excellent report that you're presenting this morning. So,
thank you very much.
I understand that you've got a brief presentation, and then we'll move to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for those kind words. Right, I'll jump in it just under cognizant of time. I'm going to take the report as read, but I just wanted to bring your attention to some of the pieces of work that the team have more recently closed out. And I know there's a lot of acronyms, but you love me for the acronyms, and I'll try and keep it short on that. Under those projects, BIM, Building Information Management, this is really Asset Information 2.0. It's coming. Council's very much ahead of the curve as far as its thinking as a result of this project, and it was a collaborative piece of work across the organisation, 6 separate work streams, and it's going to continue to build on its capability, and the demand in this area is going to continue as well. So we've got a really great foundation in place. A lot of the design mechanisms that we spend a significant amount of investment in are going to be supported by this piece of work. On to the next one, AAIF. You've heard me talk about this acronym, the Asset Assessment Intervention Framework. This is planning and risk management. It's a huge step forward for not only Three Waters at Council here, but it's also, in my opinion, it is a class-leading piece of work across the country. Certainly in my new role, this is something that we're looking at as to how we can support with other councils in that space. So it's finished. The opportunity really is on how you look at AAIF and other parts of the organisation, and I know that the conversations, certainly between Lynn and myself and the team previously, have been really focused on that. BlueWorks. BlueWorks is a piece of work that really comes to the core of a lot of the way that I've looked at councils' behaviours with contractors and extracting contract value. I want to see information about our assets going from the contractor to our systems direct, not through a contractor's system. And this piece of work is really at the first step for us. And it was a collaborative effort between Three Waters and Parks, which in and of itself is a great shift in the way that the teams are looking at these holistic opportunities. So this is around asset information direct into council. And I hope that the other teams that I know, like facilities, that are currently watching this, and it's just about in its closeout phase now, hence I've put it in the finish bucket. We've cleared out the asset management maturity assessment. So this is our external review that I've presented both to audit and risk and to finance and performance committee in other areas. It's the third consecutive improvement that we've had. It's externally run, it's independent, and it's handled as a watermark benchmark for the organisation to understand how it shifted. Last but by no means least, we have better asset management plans. They're not perfect, but they certainly have now become consistently applied across each one of the asset owning areas. And for me, one of the things that I fought long and hard for is to make those typically internal documents public. And we now have them sitting on our public website. So that's now bringing a lot of accountability to the way that we manage the assets from a public viewpoint for those that want to read them. Right, moving on, we're also supporting a number of projects, obviously Three Waters reform support. We've got a number of other activities which weren't actually called out, and then that's really supporting facilities and also on the automation of condition and performance reporting. You, as this committee, received that report on average between a year and 18 months, and we're in the process of automating that. That's a really critical piece of work, and I know it's very technical, but what this committee should be interested in is how that is maturing, because that's the fundamental basis through which we make decisions, at least at a technical level. Okay, so current state. So we've talked a little bit about the progress to date since the heady days of November 2015. We've got lots of new capability that's been established in council. Our infrastructure strategy and AMPs are now underpinning our LTP better than they ever were before. And there's still lots of focus. I'm going to talk a little bit about that shortly. And it's really now time to refocus our efforts and resources for what I've termed, and the team's looking at, what a strong 2024 looks like, at least from an asset management perspective. And you can see the progress that has been made, and that bar chart really shows where we started out at with the blue. Some of the areas, it didn't look like we've moved very far, but if you consider the size of the team that's been leading a lot of this activity and the pressure that the asset management teams are on just to run their own business, for me, I'm very proud of those results. It's an organisation-wide shift. In more detail, just to bring to your attention, each one of the teams has a number of different metrics, and that's what that spider diagram. So that's really helping to form some of the opportunity. So where to from here? There are three elements up on the board here. We have improvement plans. These are the improvement areas within the asset management plans themselves. We have a maturity assessment that I referenced before, and underpinning that is our strategic response around our infrastructure strategy. And for me, that's obviously very close to my heart, the climate response strategy. And that's really how the teams are currently refactoring and refocusing how the program's going to be built over the coming years based on those three main areas. What are we looking at here? What got us here is not going to get us there. So where does there and what does there look like? So what are you looking at on here, which is fundamentally a program scope and time chart? The red line that you're looking at really talks about the previous 5 years that myself and the various teams have been involved with. It's been a very technically focused piece of work. And rightly so, I don't make any apologies for that. You need to understand what you own, where is it, and what condition is it in. And so the teams have been heavily focused on trying to get some of those basics in place. Over the past probably 6 to 12 months, we've initiated some conversations with Ngāi Tahu to understand the two universes of what asset management and partnership really look like. And that's being developed through a number of initiatives, and with Lynn joining the organisation, I'm pretty confident that's going to continue to grow. So what does that mean for us? Well, okay, we've been operating in the technical domain. I want to see a shift at least if I put my council hat on from previous existence, I want to see a shift from the purely technical focus that the teams have been looking at into a more societal and partnership-based approach. That societal aspect, which is growing at the moment around our climate resilience and our partnership opportunities, give us the framework to build on that technical capability. The technical stuff is never going to go away. You need it as a fundamental basis, but the opportunity for council as the organisation and the city is really around building that understanding of how asset management underpins societal investment. Not, for me, it's not today, and it sounds almost trite to say it, but it is for the tomorrow generations that we've got in there. The investments today lead on. So underpinning all of those three areas is a shift in our thinking. We're very dollar-driven. Council's very dollar-driven, as it needs to be. It needs to be fiscally responsible. But as we move from a purely technical-based approach within the asset management function, the two dominant areas for me, which are obviously climate and social capital. And you can see that as we start introducing those concepts more strongly and build on the technical capability, we start looking at how do we put climate and social at the forefront of our investment, and you need the asset management capability within that to be able to help invest in the right areas, or at least form part of the argument for it. So program refocus, well, I think this has come out of order at the moment, but I'm going to go through. Here we go. Right, so more fully incorporate climate resilience and partnerships into asset management strategies and the approach that we take. We want to review the internal steering groups, reporting and accountability, of which finance and performance and audit and risk play a really significant role in that. You are part of the system, as we refer to it in the asset management world. Obviously, the clarification, of roles and responsibilities is really important, and that strategic risk review process is underway. We've had risk around asset management, but this is really taking a more strategic look to the whole organisation's approach to this function. And then obviously preparing for what that strong 2024 looks like is a catchphrase to try and help align the teams to what we're actually here to do and project a little bit further out from the end of the year or less. So what does it look like? Infrastructure strategy delivery report, that's really how do we execute against the components in there. Climate resilience in all its different guises is fully embedded not only within the asset management plans themselves, but in the ethos of those asset managers and planners. Obviously, the acid test for me is that councillor and ELT have confidence in the activities that have been delivered over the next 3 years in that space. We need a network of competent, confident asset management staff. It's a pretty competitive environment out there at the moment. These are the boys and girls that look after the investment. Billions of dollars of investment in infrastructure really stem from a lot of their activities and engagement. Iwi partnership in asset management and planning is developing, continues to gain momentum, and that both sides of the argument understand where the value proposition is, both in the function and also for the organisations in place. I'm not going to mention the three-letter acronym there. However, there are improvements within our technical domain, and that program of work is underway at the moment. The teams are trying to drive the scope and value proposition out of that. It's a complex environment and certainly going to need some fairly clever people to continue developing that. Obviously, data and information maturity is improved, and that's where your maturity assessments come in, and they're critically important to that, to ensure that you have a finger on the pulse through audit and risk. And our valuations framework. Now, if you recall, we had a big valuation shift in Three Waters. Why? Fundamentally because the teams refactored in the way that they look at the valuation of assets. And that's a huge opportunity. It's a $3 billion shift. There's still a lot of work to be done in valuations and a lot of opportunity, and that fits into the improvements around some of our technical capability. And we have a revised risk framework implemented. So, I suppose in closing, good night from me, good night from him. I love watching the two Ronnies. First off, thank you to councillors and to the Mayor for the engagement and interest that you have provided these past years. You are part of the team that delivers this. You're the system, you're the framework that helps provide that visibility. I know that from talking from other councils, asset management does not get the airtime that this council allows and is interested within. So thank you for that.
All right, thank you very much indeed. So moving to any questions, Pauline.
Thank you. That's a really interesting report. I'm just looking at 3.6, where we're saying we're progressing projects and initiatives to improve the asset management maturity of the council in collaboration with Transport, Three Waters, Resource Recovery, Parks, Facilities and IT. So obviously you're meaning that by looking at these things holistically all together, we will be finding efficiencies and savings and ease of delivery. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think from the SAP improvement program, the opportunity really is in how do we manage the expenditure for things like reactive maintenance spend. Providing the tool sets for the teams to be able to manage that type of expenditure is a key focus area for the group going forward. And I think that with some of the technology base that's been built on historically with the SAP upgrades, that provides the platform to move forward.
So my question is obviously, if we took the Three Waters out of that equation, does that weaken our ability to find other efficiencies with just what's left? Because that's a very big component of this little family of...
It is. I would probably suggest that the Three Waters management and awareness and capability in that team is at the top end of the scale as far as maturity across the organisation. So Three Waters moving out of that, whilst there's a big expenditure in there, those teams are in some areas much more mature in understanding how that money is spent.
So do you have strong confidence in the City Council's Three Waters program of delivery and expertise? Yes
is the short version. That from a maturity perspective and in the asset management function, they certainly do have some of the best brains in the country in that space. We're very lucky to have some of the team working within the council for that. So yes.
Right, thank you. And just one more, you didn't actually dwell on this, and I think you could have on page 140. Congratulations were passed on to the AAIF project team as they were selected as finalists in several awards.
Yeah.
The awards have come from many places, but you've put three notable ones there: Engineering Innovations, Institution of Public Works Engineering Australasia, and Infrastructure Commission Te Waihanga Infrastructure Asset Owners Survey. I mean, that's incredible.
It's great. I mean, it was a long, very challenging piece of work.
Yeah.
And the piece of work in and of itself was great, but for me, the shift in the way that the teams looked more holistically at the information that they had and understand how governance actually has to make decisions around that and effectively take the engineering staff and say, virtually, you need to come and sit around this table and then start reflecting back how you put opportunities in front of governance. That was the shift for them to understand that. Okay, they do the technical stuff within it and provide the tools and capability, but it was that mind shift as to how council have to make decisions and the challenges that you have of balancing. So really, really, really proud of that piece of work.
Thank you. And just one more, if I may. These projects that you outlined, the BIM, the AAIF, the Blue Works, the AMMA and the AMPs, considerable work has gone into designing all those programs and things. And you might not be able to answer this, but Lynn might be able to. Has that costing been added to the value of our Three Waters assets? I mean, that looks to me like a considerable amount of investment in design and research.
So I can probably comment a little bit about on that. So the funding model for those projects really came purely from the people that I had in my team and within the asset management team, within Three Waters, for instance, or within facilities or wherever it happens to be. So the projects and programs did not have specific allocated budget. I had a team to help work with those teams to drive that. And I think one of the opportunities, certainly within annual plan and LTP cycles, is to ask where are the improvement budgets being identified and to prioritise that, because that's how you get ahead of the curve. Otherwise, the teams are forced to try and find budget from other areas. And I think there's a maturity step in there for council to be able to clearly identify improvement budgets.
Thank you. Excellent.
Leanne.
It took a while for the development of the work program around in this space to transition out of SCIRT and into the council. Is that right?
Probably it was. We had the initial cut of the program around about June, July of 2016, and that was that really came about from the three-word space, which was identify the opportunities, transfer them into council, and then adopt. And the adoption really was the value derivation for the stuff that came from SCIRT, and that was relatively quickly, probably 6 to 8 months, I think, from woe to go.
Yeah, but there were integration issues around the different programs.
There were, and that was part of where my focus was initially, and then in the role of head of asset management, that's where we started looking at how do we integrate with some of the IT program, what are the work programs going on within council, and how do we actually build that into the program of work.
So in terms of a lesson learned, and I think we had that in the lesson learned report from the SCIRT project or the closeout, was that building that into the capability of the council from the outset would have been probably more helpful.
Yeah, I think that if, God forbid, that we have another earthquake, the thinking should be that how is council set to be able to respond to that, not just from its people and its business, but around its systems and its capability. Because at the time when I joined SCIRT, there were a lot of challenges in being able to integrate that capability into an alliance that was moving at that speed. And fundamentally, it was just not possible to deal with that. And that's something that council may want to think about in the coming years, how to prepare systems and capability for a significant event.
And we'll certainly share that with others as well, because I fret about Wellington on a constant basis. The other one that that I was just thinking of was that with respect to this whole approach, I think when you first started reporting on it, I think where you started and where you've got to now, there's now an understanding in the organisation how important it is to look at that whole of asset life and to have a complete, I love this phrase, a single source of truth for appropriate, timely and accurate information about our assets that will support evidence-based decision making. When I arrived, I sort of got the impression that it was on a schedule, and so then when it came up on the schedule for renewals, the contractor would go out and have a look. The contractor who'll get the work if it needs to be done. And surprise, surprise. Yeah. So this system just seems to be a better understanding, integrated right throughout the organisation.
Yeah. Correct.
So it will survive your departure.
It will, and I'm confident that there will be opportunities in transport and facilities around that type of thinking. The opportunity is how do we take that type of thinking that was developed in Three Waters and reflect it within the way that we invest in other asset owning areas.
Yeah, because I think sometimes people on the outside looking in don't see the significance. No. And so I just want to say thank you very much for the work that you've done. Thank you.
Thank you. Yanni.
I think, and sorry, I can't recall the name, but the presentation we had around the risk attached to asset management, I thought was really enlightening, and fundamentally I think we had a discussion at the time, that was for a very specific role that we hired that person to come in, provide the advice. But it seemed to me that that advice was really raising the concern around how we prioritise based on asset management and risk, to the point that you made about building a whole bunch of new nice stuff versus fixing the stuff that's broken and costing us a fortune. What's the kind of next step in that risk assessment process in terms of informing us at a governance level around the priorities for spending?
I think the next step in that area is to let me take a step back. So this is around the program of work that's being refactored at the moment. So all the opportunities that came out of that report, we can't do all of them. What we can do is that we're now identifying where some of the demand areas are. And so, for instance, within facilities and condition reporting for structures, making sure that framework is consistent across the whole organisation. It's not just about investing in a particular vertical, as in facilities or transport or three waters. It's trying to look at council and the city as a whole around how do we deliver better outcomes for our communities using those assets to deliver the services, and then how during an LTP do you balance the level of service and the asset cost to renew or replace. So the analogy is fix the leaking roof before you put a new television on the wall is the basis. That's where you're going to get your big return on societal shift over the different generations. And there's a balancing act to be had in that. You can't just go and fix all the pipes and all the underground stuff and then neglect what communities are wanting. Pardon? Not necessarily. Maybe get a smaller television. Or actually, maybe I'll tread on a hand grenade on that one. I'll move away from that now. But I guess the balancing act, and I think in answer to your question, it's the refactor of where the risk framework has identified the opportunities that each team's looking within their units, and where my team looks is trying to get that correct balance as to how do we move from some of the nuts and boltsy stuff to a more social capital focused review of opportunities.
But fundamentally, it's much more cost effective to address the things that are requiring a huge ongoing reactive maintenance cost versus building some new roads because it's nice to do, but then ending up with an asset that's deteriorated to a point where it's going to cost way more to fix.
Yep. So, yes, yeah, absolutely.
Look at the central city.
It's interesting in the
central city.
Pardon?
Central city. Landings. I mean, whatever you can look at multiple examples.
There is a balance, and you're right. For me and the teams that have worked on this over the last 5 years, I use the mantra OPEX is king. We're a very CapEx focused organisation, but OPEX is, if you can save $1 in OPEX, you can offset $150 in CapEx in there. And that to me is where the focus for the teams is really looking at that. Pauline, I think you asked around the maintenance and operations space. You know, the opportunity that we have within SAP to understand where money is actually being spent and allowing those people that have the delegated authority to spend the money, you give them the tools, you'll find the savings within that space. Right. And that's where some of the program is trying to focus on the financial benefits realizations.
Just another question about the BIM, which is really, really good to see, but are you able just to just help us understand a little bit more about whether that can, like, obviously it's important for design in terms of new things that are being built. Is there any ability to use that sort of framework for existing facilities to get better monitoring?
Yep. So, absolutely. Yeah. So BIM, whether it's for CMUA, whether it is for the art gallery, whether it is for Turanga, wherever, there is retrospective ability to take some of the technologies that we have within that BIM sphere and actually use that. And in the universe that I operate within, we talk BIM to BAM, building information to building asset or structures, asset management. And we've typically used BIM in the delivery of the project. So the town hall was a classic case. Moving on from there, how do we take that information and then allow venues at Otatahi to manage it more cost effectively and understand where the risks that are coming out, so we can plan. We talk about zero-based budgeting. That's where the rubber hits the road.
All right, thank you, Jimmy.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your comprehensive report and your great achievement, particularly over the past several years. Done a great job for both the asset management, from menu, the status, then to the advanced, further the systemized the program. But one question is particularly mentioned in the paragraph 3.3. You mentioned prepare for realignment of asset management governance, staffing, and reporting structure. I'm particularly concerned. The question is governance, because as a decision maker, mayor, council, whether you have done those 3 of the 13 has been done. Am I right? There's a systemized the advanced risk base, this program. How we can, to access those assets, the information in a real-time situation, rather than, still, the current situation, like in the monthly report, we can get some information. How to real-time we can get for us to help for the decision making.
Couple of different points to that. The first one is I presented to ELT last Wednesday, specifically around what the next steps are going to look like and allow ELT members to engage with that. And I believe that was received well. As part of the system, that program is going to now be reporting through to ELT on a 6-weekly basis, I think is the current plan or thereabouts. Around the program, and of course that report through to this committee and also into audit and risk forms part of the visibility that you have specifically around the type of program and the activities. So where governance at this level sits, it's around ensuring that this type of visibility is maintained. The legacy for me is that we have this conversation at this level. That doesn't happen in a lot of other places. So that's where councillors here can be most influential, is to effectively carry the flame.
Thank you. All right, so we've got a recommendation in front of us to receive the information in the 6-monthly update report. I'm happy to move that. Sarah will second. Is there any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
Have you got access to the next slide? All right, so now moving back to the capital project performance report, item 11. So, Ruth, you're with us, and thanks very much for coming to the table. And I know that you've got some headline comments that you want to make, and then we'll move into any questions. So, thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Hello, everybody. Nice to see you all in person. I've got quite a bit of an introduction, so sit tight. This is the first report, obviously, that we're going to be talking about deliverability, because last month we were really focused on COVID impacts with the lockdown. So I want to talk a little bit about the budget this financial year, the forecasts, a little bit about supply chain risks and issues, and we've also got each of the delivery units here, so they're going to speak specifically to deliverability of their programs. So in terms of the current forecast this financial year, in the report you'll see that project managers are forecasting 398 against 406. That's the core program, so that would result in a spend of 98% of our core program. So from performance in previous years, you will have seen project managers' forecasts tend to be quite high at the beginning of the financial year and then slowly decrease throughout the year. So last financial year, at the same time, project managers were forecasting a delivery of 115%. And as you know, we ended up with 94% by the end of the year. So this year, we've specifically worked with our project managers to drive more realistic forecasting at the start of the year. And you'll see that's reflected in the 98% in the report as at the end of August. So having earlier visibility of that forecast position does enable us to manage delivery more at a program level. So we're able to deliver to our overall group of activities budget. So what I mean by that, we bring back projects, we accelerate projects to mitigate delay or carry forwards of other projects. But I would say that given previous trends in relation to forecasts, it may be that we see that forecast decrease, especially because of the environmental constraints that we're currently in. So we'll speak to those constraints shortly. In terms of spend to date, at the time of writing of the report, it was at 60 million. August actually ended up being at 48 million, which was against a forecast of 52. So that means that our spend to date was 92% of the forecast. So in terms of our future forecasts, before we speak specifically to deliverability, I just want to provide some context on what we need to be able to achieve this year in order to meet our capital program. So in order to meet the current forecast, we need to spend an average of 40 million per month. Last year, we spent 33 million per month. So the required 40 million average spend per month does reflect a step change in the budget this financial year. We have an additional 46 million in budget. The increased budgets for financial year 22, mainly 3 waters, major facilities, IT and parks. So the delivery unit leads here will be able to speak to what they're doing in order to meet those increased budgets when they come up. We spent 94% of our core program in financial year 21, 89% of the core and external funded budget. So it's pretty clear that we need to increase our performance this year to meet our committed budget. So I'm going to make some general comments about deliverability that applies across all of capital, and then we'll get the delivery units down. So firstly, COVID impacts. So you'll see in the report from page 107, our current delivery forecasts as at the end of August would not have considered COVID-related impacts. You will get to start to see that in future reports, and we'll be providing more information in relation to that, as well as what we're doing to mitigate those impacts. To provide some understanding of projects that are going to be impacted, they are those that were mobilised prior to Alert Level 4 lockdown, so the ones that were out there on site. On page 108, you'll see that we had 110 projects mobilised prior to Alert Level 4 lockdown, and 96 of them were remobilised in Alert Level 3. So they're subject to variations in both cost and time. So all capital projects in our early phases, the ones that were in planning and design, no impact or very minimal impact. So we also continued our procurement processes during that time as well. So there'll be no impact on those projects. In terms of COVID-related cost variations at the time of writing, we haven't received any for the recent lockdown. Details in relation to them, we've spoken about these before. They are commercially sensitive, but we will be able to provide a summary update of those variations in future reports, just none of the detail. In terms of time-related variations, we will provide visibility of that to the committee. So just as a heads up, where there are time impacts on projects due to lockdown and restrictions, we may also see budget phasing changes. So you might start to see some projects carrying forward into future years. And while we'll seek to mitigate those delays, it's not always possible, but where budget phasing may move beyond this financial year, we will seek to mitigate the impact at a program level by accelerating or bringing back projects into this year. So secondly, in terms of environmental constraints, is supply chain risks and issues. So the ongoing impact of COVID-19 is impacting on our supply chain as well as shipping. So you'll see that there are specific risks and issues in the report from page 109 to 114. These are the capital projects that are currently being impacted by our supply chain risks and issues. We will provide this to you on a monthly basis, also providing any projects that no longer have those risks and issues, and you'll see in the report that there are already 2 in that position. So these do have the potential to impact on the delivery of our capital program. However, we do mitigate to work against that as much as we can. And you'll see in there as well that there are mitigations against each of the projects and what we're doing about it in order not to create an impact on our program of work. So I've invited Jane O'Toole today. She's our head of procurement, and so I want her to provide a little bit more information for you, more on the current environment generally in relation to the supply chain risk and issues, what actions are underway from a procurement perspective, but also what's happening across the industry in all of New Zealand.
Afternoon. I'm going to give you a bit of information in terms of the general environment. I'm not going to talk very specific because obviously that's what Ruth and the team talk about in particular projects. But I think it's important just to talk to Council about the environment and what it really looks like globally and what it looks like from a New Zealand perspective and what we're expecting in the future. Apologies to the councillors who heard some of this in the Audit and Risk Committee, so some of this will be repeated, but I think it's really key for everybody to understand, what's happening. So I think it's probably also important at this stage to mention it is really, really unprecedented what's happening with our supply chain globally. I know we all know that because of the COVID impact, also pretty unprecedented in terms of how that's rolled out. But the last time we saw something like this probably would have been around about World War II. And even then, supply chain resilience was in a completely different place. We didn't have just-in-time, lean. We didn't have low-cost jurisdiction, procurement, all those sort of things. It's completely different. So the experts in the industry are struggling to, a bit like economists, are struggling to really predict what's going to happen. So from a global perspective, a lot of supply chains are reliant on China, South Asian and low-cost jurisdiction supply chains. In recent years, there's been some major developments, just generally globally, which COVID's really impacted and exacerbated, such as risk of trade wars, nationalism, protectionism, issues around human rights and sustainability in supply chains. So really COVID's just exacerbated those issues in terms of what's going on out there. And 86% of the world, in terms of the supply chain, has been impacted, and that's actually a massive number. So 86% globally of supply chains have been negatively impacted by COVID. 3/4 of procurement and supply professionals have said products in China were integral to their supply chain. So it's expected companies will increasingly consider China support and other strategies to mitigate future risk, and we're expecting that they're moving into that space right now to try and mitigate risk as much as possible. At the same time, free trade agreements and further impacts on businesses will impact how they structure their supply chains going forward. So there's just major change out there. So really, the questions that are still to be answered, and I think everybody needs to be really clear on, is how this will affect the behaviours of organisations commercially, how companies will consider demand. So demand significantly changed because of behaviours. So companies that were procuring one thing will now be procuring something different. That's changed demand. That's then had a knock-on effect. So that's the sort of thing that's happening out there, and those behaviours are yet to be completely seen. There's questions around how people will deal with those fluctuation demands, materials, products. What this really does is drives massive uncertainty around recovery, because we can't predict recovery as we would have been able to previously. Also, companies will consider maintaining security of supply through insourcing. They might do that through accelerating projects and trying to get things sorted out faster than they would have done, so accelerating projects, which we've even mentioned ourselves. There'll also be different options that they're reconsidering around lean, agile, just-in-time, etc. And really how it will impact the social and environmental agenda of the world. So globally, that's what's happening. I'm sure you're all aware of that, but I just think it's worth noting. The Chartered Institute of Procurement Suppliers said that we can't see a supply chain have this sequential recovery in the world, because if we do, it will just be a forever issue in the supply chain. So there really is that reliance on people like the World Bank to support the countries that are going to need that support so we can recover. So what does that look like for us is the biggest question. So what we've seen is some delays around shipping, obviously. There's fewer ships coming to New Zealand because there's now a higher demand in the Northern Hemisphere. There's lack of commercial air traffic. Before COVID, 80% of freight was carried in the belly hold of passenger flights, which is actually massive, and I didn't realise that. So obviously that's caused a massive issue because we've not got lots and lots of people coming in on planes anymore. There's major delays around pipe, steel and general materials. We're seeing steel prices fluctuate almost daily. Sometimes we can only get prices held, or our contractors come for 24 hours. It makes it a really volatile and competitive market for us to deal with, or for our contractors to deal with. A lot of that's due to demands on mills and booking steel production in rolling schedules. There's examples where we've had major lead times on things like locally sourced timber, and that's because we're looking, or our contractors are looking at alternative solutions. And of course, then that impacts our local supply chain around longevity. And there's obviously increased lead times around materials, and we have had some issues around bitumen, albeit they seem to be pretty resolved for the time being, but that's because they've lost booking spaces on in shipping, or we've had bitumen grade supply issues. So 79% of New Zealand construction companies have said to us that they've had at least one freight issue, and that in the last sort of year. And the three main issues that they are facing is increased costs, general shipping issues with trying to get things here on time, and there's definitely push on lead times. So what are we seeing in our tenders? So some of the stuff I can tell you we are seeing, and the risks we're having to mitigate, is around shorter validity periods on offers from tenderers because of the risks to them. Cost increases, obviously there's escalation in costs. We're having to do a lot of negotiation around risk allocation. There is obviously requests for upfront payments and different payment stage options. And obviously there's escalation around lead times. So the government are doing what they can to support this. There's some initiatives that they've put in place. They've worked really closely with New Zealand Trade and Enterprise to understand what their customers are seeing. So NZTE, I think they surveyed 993 of their customers, and they told them that the freight issue is the biggest issue. So the government have put some initiatives in place. They've put an international air freight capacity scheme in place, essential transport connectivity scheme for aviation and non-aviation, and that continues at least up till next March, and it's likely it will continue past that. So that helps us generally, that there's that government lens on it at the moment. So things that we're trying to do to mitigate the risks when it comes to tendering work, really we look at it from two perspectives, strategically and tactically. So strategically, the best thing we can do is it gives that really clear visibility to our contractors on what our programme of work is. And that's because it gives them the opportunity and the chance to mitigate risk with their supply chains that they are best placed to mitigate the risk with, because it's their supply chain. So strategically, the work that happens in terms of communicating that programme has been really, really critical. Luckily, we were very good at that before COVID, and so we've continued to do that. The other thing is having those strategic supply chain relationships with our critical suppliers to make sure we have clear visibility of the risks. Tactically, it's about early procurement of packages of work that we're going to need. It's about leveraging those supply chain relationships with our main contractors, which they are best placed to do, but it's obviously, it needs that collaboration between us and them. And one of the biggest things I think we can do is in our tenders, and we are doing this every tender that we think there's a risk, it's making the contractors really consider that risk and tell us how they're going to mitigate it, and then we work with them to help them if they need that help. So that's probably the best thing that we can really do. We're in a funny position because we don't buy off the supply chain directly. The contractors do to deliver our programmes and projects. So it's all about that relationship and keeping those strategies in. We've done a few other things. You know, we've bought this steel piling for Hornby Pool early. We'll novate that to the contractor once they're on site. So that's just trying to mitigate the lead time. And we've given visibility of wastewater pipes and fittings to the supply chain, and we've had a big meeting with them, giving them a forward work plan of how much pipe they're likely to need because of our programme for the next year. And that's given them the chance to go and get that product sorted. So that's how it looks. That's the mitigation we're putting in place, and you can see the detail of that through Ruth's report. And we'll continue to have this visibility, work closely with our supply chains, and probably the most important thing is the business units in this council work closely to make sure at every stage we're mitigating these risks where we can. So that's where we are.
Thank you. And you'll continue to give us updates on this area as part of this report?
If you want me to, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's important that we keep really good oversight as governors over some of the challenges that you've talked about. I mean, clearly there's a lot of work underway and some good thinking as well. So thank you for that. But yeah, I think it's important that we get regular reporting on this so that we're kept abreast of it. Okay. Thank you. Dawn.
Can I just say, I think you've just had a masterclass in expertise that's just been delivered.
Yeah. Yeah. Often we hear the problems and the challenges. We don't often hear the problems, the challenges, and the solution to them all in the same presentation. Yeah. And I think that's what we just heard. So thank you very much.
And that is a team effort, these people as well. I absolutely cannot make these things up on my own. So that is a team effort.
Thank you to you and to the team in that case. And, you know, we're very interested in what you presented and will continue to be. So thank you. Are there any... Did we want to take any questions on what we've just heard?
Yes.
Yeah, maybe we should do that now. So, Jimmy.
Thank you, Chair. Two questions. First one regarding to the watch list on the page 11.
Sorry, just on the supply chain issues that we've just heard.
Okay.
And then we'll come back to specific questions later. Okay. So, nothing on
one question. Supply chain. I just want to know that because I'm aware from staff last week, particularly regarding to our procurement the material through the procurement process to order from the overseas shipping. Why some material from overseas, but in the Auckland Harbour rather than in the Littleton or Timaru? this can kind of show distance easy we can get those one. For instance, like you mentioned earlier, those steel pipe, etc. My understanding they're already in Auckland Harbour. However, due to the alert level 4, you can do nothing. So this one, whether it's possible, prevent the form or mitigate the effect in the future.
Yeah, it's a good question. It's very, very complicated in terms of how the stuff's coming into New Zealand and what port it ends up at. Obviously, lockdown's made that considerably worse for us. It's a question we could take back to our contractors because they manage that. We don't manage that. They might be able to talk a little bit about how it ends up there and what they're trying to do to get it here as quick as possible. Because obviously, for them, they've got that requirement to get it done as quick as possible because they don't want their projects held up, nor do we. So that's something that they're considering. But it's a good point, and maybe it's a question we should ask in our tenders about, mitigation around shipping specifically when it comes to ports. So we could ask that question.
Thank you.
Thank you. So on the matters that Jane's just presented on, Aaron.
Yeah, so there'd be a number of questions, but do we talk to or use economists to try and do some predicting? Because there's a lot of unknowns now, and a lot of the global economies are jacked up for all the wrong reasons. But once the world starts trading as per normal again, things will change considerably, and to the point that we should even give consideration to halting some projects because the pricing's just unrealistic.
We use a company.
No. I know people always say everything keeps going up, but no, not everything always does when you're in such extraordinary circumstances.
I'll take the wager on the price of materials.
So Jane, any comment on that?
I'll take that wager. You look coming out of during any war, and you look at what price spikes happen, and then you'll get drops for decades after. So I don't know. I'll take the wager, Leanne.
Well, I'm not a betting woman, but we do use a company, Australasian, that look Australasian wide and then look globally for us, and they give us monthly updates on what's going on in supply chain. They are all experts, so obviously we couldn't have a team of people doing it, but that's how we get that information. Then we analyse that and we talk to them about it. So yes, we do get that advice, which is where some of my advice has come from.
And what do they say?
They're saying they just don't know.
Right.
It's all professionals' opinion. There's no facts for them to really hang their hat on. It's just what they're seeing.
So then the question is, when things are super highly priced and people don't know, is that the best time to be opening wallets?
It depends on other influencing factors at that time. So if, for example, there's something that's exceptionally high and you know that you're not going to be able to get that for another 12 months, you're going to have to make a call on whether or not you want to change the material, whether you want to hold your programme, are your programmes critical, is there another programme you want to bring forward? So it totally depends on all of those influencing factors at the time.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I've got Sam and Yanni. So Sam.
Hey, thanks very much for that. I mean, it's really good presentation. I just wondered, we talked about with the businesses we use, them buying the product on our behalf. Have we looked at, given, I guess, our sort of financial position or our ability to buy and cash flow, at kind of looking at some of those key products we use and saying, actually, we'll take the punt now? It probably goes sort of opposite to what Aaron's saying, but take the punt now and put it all in a yard for a year. Have we considered the other side?
Not holistically, but project by project, that stuff's considered.
Right.
So Hornby Pool, for instance, it was considered worth spending the money to get that steel pile in.
Yep.
So we can novate it over to the contractor, but it's not been looked at holistically in that way because obviously there's a cost to storage, major cost to storage. So but no, we haven't done that piece of work.
Right. Is that something you would entertain, or?
I'd have to think about it simply because I don't want to get between the contractor and their supply chain too much because that can give us bigger risk than the latter.
Yeah, no,
so that sort of thing would need to be considered.
Thinking is on it.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right, thank you, Yanni.
Risk as well.
Yeah, thank you for the extensive update. It's really good. Just obviously a lot of this seems to be tied up with steel. So the idea of using other materials, local materials, like wood, is that How seriously is that being considered?
As far as I know, and obviously some of the business units will talk about this in a bit more detail, where other materials can be considered, they are considered, certainly in the current climate.
Right.
Definitely.
Okay. I mean, would it be helpful if council kind of adopted a more local materials policy to kind of encourage that in the design?
Again, every action has a reaction. So if we did too much of it, we'd end up with a ball we're perfect, which is where you're putting so much pressure on one part of a supply chain, it falls over and can't carry on. So if we were to look at that, we'd have to look at it holistically. So, you know, if there's a certain material we can get faster locally, but without putting too much pressure on them, that it's going to make other projects fall over. So we'd have to look at it in that way, as opposed to just everything down one supply chain.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I mean, just there's been some quite innovative things, like, you know, in the past, I know that some of the trees that we've removed have been turned into park benches, for example, rather than just being chipped and taken away. So, but thank you for the work that you're doing on that. I guess I also wondered around if central government was doing anything legally at contract law to kind of protect.
There's lots of stuff going on from a central government perspective, which maybe next month I could give you a bit more on that, to give you a bit of a clue. They've taken it very seriously, let's put it that way, and there's lots of initiatives that are going on at the moment.
Right, so we're not basically reinventing the wheel
no,
at a local
and then we
level.
are feeding from them all the time.
Yeah, okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
I think to get an update on that next month will be excellent if we can. That would be good. Now, Alistair, was there something that you wanted to add to one of those previous questions?
Apologies for that. Yeah, I was just going to mention we do consider the risk and ownership of product if you're going to look at buying bulk beforehand. And the reason for that is that you have to be concerned around how you novate that into the contract. So there is a negotiation piece that if we bought the material, we take the risk on buying that material. And then we have to then novate the ownership of that back into the contract. So there is some complexities, and Jane's rightly so. We do consider each of those sort of considerations as we go through the process. And the other thing was, I just wanted to mention that we do look at reducing. So if we've got local product that we can use, so you look at the Court Theatre. Court Theatre's got laminated timber in it, but it's also got a steel structure, and that steel structure has also been downsized in order to meet to be able to the capability of the supply chain within New Zealand, rather than having to buy a bigger section of steel elsewhere. So we do consider all aspects, even back down to the basics of the design itself. So I just wanted to make that point. We definitely do, and with working with Jane in particular and the procurement team, we definitely do look how we're going to source our materials, and then how we're going to hand that back to the procurement team within the construction contract. So just wanted to make that point. It happens already, so we're definitely doing it.
Great, thank you very much. All right, Jane, look, thanks for an excellent presentation. Thanks to you and the team for the really important work that you're doing. And we look forward to continuing to be engaged in this particular conversation each month, so that we're updated. Thanks very much indeed. Thank you. Right, Ruth, back to you.
Thank you. So just one final general environmental risk, and Peter earlier mentioned it, and that is in relation to human resources. So there is an identified risk to our capital program in relation to securing skilled staff for roles. So that's within council, but it's also within our professional services and our contractors. So that has the potential to have significant impacts on the capital program as well. I think it's probably a good time to bring the delivery leads up, because they can speak more specifically to how these things will impact on their program delivery. So we'll be referring to pages 78 to 82 and bring each delivery unit up. So they will talk to their current status, the current risks and issues in relation to delivery of their program in relation to the things that I've just mentioned, but also anything else, and also what they're doing differently to deliver this financial year given larger budget commitments. So firstly, Lynette, so in terms of transport, they have a budget of 145 million this year, and they're currently forecasting 154. So just by way of context, last financial year they spent 141. So we're looking for a step change of 4 million to meet the financial year 22 budget commitment.
Great, thank you. Now, in terms of questions, do you want to take questions for each lead on their subject area one at a time, or do you want to take questions
That's best.
at the end?
Saves them coming back
All right,
up.
so any transport questions we deal with, for example, while Lynette's at the table. Lynette, welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou. Deliverability-wise, very quickly, I've said it before, but I will say it again. We have actually quite a lot of contracts that are already in play and quite a lot that are finishing in the next month or so. So, and to that degree, we have also started forward planning on a number of other projects. So, the numbers also show part of our strategy, which is to actually plan to deliver more so that we can balance the workflow as we hit a hurdle, because we always do hit a hurdle. We've got something else that we can bring on to keep moving forward. That is all within the program that's agreed within the LTP. We also did quite a large amount of work through that LTP with you to look at the deliverability of the program, but also the risks of that program. So be really realistic about what we're going to do and when we're likely to be able to do it. Most of our all of our capital projects were stood down, of course, in level 4. Almost all of them stood back up straight away in level 3. Given the early stage of the year, I don't expect that to be an issue. We will likely have a few extension of time claims, and there might be a few costs associated with it, and then there will be some COVID costs associated with it. But we will be able to finish those projects this financial year. It's not going to overlap. I think it is looking at only Dyer's Pass guardrails. As a chair, you are affected by that a bit.
I was delighted to see yesterday's notice.
They're starting to, and so they are only running a couple of weeks later than we expected, which is great. Our key risks in the program, we do have a few material risks, and they largely revolve around steel or componentry. So LED light componentry is one of them. Part of the way we got around that or work to get around that is to put large orders through at a time, so we have regular decent sized orders coming through, so we have plenty of stock on ground here to keep the contractors going. We can't guarantee that the boat's not going to be late or get stuck in the Suez Canal or something's going to happen, so it's trying to keep that going as much as we can and have regular orders through the system. The other one is steel, and we are, because a lot of our other components are local, gravel, bitumen seems to be addressed, so we are going all right with bitumen at the moment. But another one is steel, and it will be particular componentry for a project like stainless steel balustrades in a marine environment. They need to be a certain grade to last, and we can't get them here. We've got to come in from overseas. And the other one, which I heard Councillor Chen talk about, is often steel relating to rail. They have a particular grade that they bring in, and it comes in from overseas. So those are the things that do cause us some concern and delay, but we're just keeping talking with our suppliers and keeping going with it. We are also looking at seeing where we can provide temporary solutions. So it might be a stopgap. For example, with a light, we might put an old light up until the new component comes, something like that. So where we can do something temporary to keep things moving. And we are also looking at at ensuring our tenders have reasonably long periods for delivery, so that the contractors can figure when they've got a bit better window when they can undertake their works. That gives them more certainty of doing that work. That's about it for us.
So, having lost a bit of time in construction on life projects through COVID level 4, and obviously taking into account what we've heard around procurement, supply chain, availability issues, it sounds as though you're pretty confident, given that we're this early in the year, that we can make up that lost time, and that with a bit of substitution, either of elements within a project or bringing forward, pushing back with projects, we should be able to get pretty close to meeting targets for this year.
Yes, we're still very confident on that because we're well progressed with the projects.
That's good to hear. Yeah. Thank you.
Can I add one thing, because I know it will get asked? You could ask it.
Let's preempt the question.
Kiwi Rail. We are still working with Kiwi Rail very closely. We're having regular meetings, and I know there was an action at the last meeting and to get a letter to Kiwi Rail CEO and board chair, and that those are in play at the moment and starting to make their way towards those people. The lockdown made it a little bit more difficult to coordinate, and so it took us a bit longer to get that underway, and I apologise for that. But we are still working with them, and we are still working with the staff on the ground it is just a very long, slow process.
Yep.
And we
So
keep
that
on
has
with
been
it.
implemented. There's just been some delay.
Yeah. But
All right,
there's
we can be
that.
confident in that. That's fine.
Her secret weapon as well.
Dawn.
Our discussion yesterday.
Our secret weapon.
Perfect. Right. So are there any questions on transport for Lynette while she's at the table? Mike.
Thank you, Lynette. On that note, so it's obviously the time frame to do this has been pushed out quite a lot from when it was originally meant to be done, and we're looking, I guess, at an interim solution.
Oh, to do the projects, yes.
Oh, yeah, sorry,
Yep.
on
Yep.
the railway
Sorry, I was
crossing.
thinking about a letter. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just because I'm just concerned, but how long this is going to take, and in the meantime, we have, I guess, 2 crossings that are pretty unsafe
Average.
for the amount of people and cars that are currently there. And I'm just wondering where we're at with actually looking at an interim solution to actually have some safety measures in place while we wait for the Kiwi Rail to come on board.
They also have to be engaged in the interim solutions. It is work on their land, so we do have to try and do that. That said, I'm actually going to propose we do a bit of a risk workshop and see if we can find something outside of their land that can help mitigate our risk at those at significant crossings.
So running parallel to the crossing, how far does their land extend? Because the interim solutions wouldn't actually cross the actual lines themselves. So I'd run parallel.
Yeah, they're 5 metres out, and if you're going to run a set of signals, they need to interplay with the bells. You can't have the signals saying go and the bells saying stop. So they have to work together. So interim solutions are probably less electronic and more physical.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
All right, thank you. Yanni.
I think we were going to get an update on the CRAF projects. Have we had that through?
No, we didn't. That was something that did get missed on the last month, and I apologise for that. But a brief update from me on CRAF is we have got well underway, and we know we've got to get back to you with the list of safety projects. Okay. So there are a number of those underway. The work with the community boards on the areas and finalising their priority list has got a bit delayed over the last month to 6 weeks. We have got our contractors on board, and we are starting to now look at how we can get going and get started, but it does depend on what the community boards have decided. I do understand that Coastal Burwood, for example, has made a call on Marine Parade, so we've undertaken some quite invasive testing out there to understand exactly what we can build on what we've got, and the design's well underway now. So that's where we're at, but I will have to come back to you with a detailed update on that. I am also looking at how we can give you a better, regular, more visual update on that. It's just taking a bit of brain capacity to do that one.
We'll provide it in the externally funded report in future.
Whether it's this or it's through the UDAT report. We haven't figured that out yet.
Yeah, okay. And the other thing is, where do we get visibility of the CRAF money for PT?
That's the other one that we have to give you the update on. Yeah.
Okay, but can we...
But it is in the externally funded part of the...
Oh, and so in the report...
In the watch list, there's external funded projects, and it's broken down, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. And when they break down further, once they've been confirmed, we'll include that in future reports.
So you'll get a time and cost update in this report regularly when we know the detail of the projects.
Oh, yeah.
And you'll get a how and why type of
Sorry,
update.
just in the report that we've got, from my looking at it, for the CRAF money, we do have a separate section. It doesn't include the PT. So all the others are included, except the PT.
It hasn't been drawn down to individual projects yet, and they don't know. So they haven't got going on it yet.
Right. Could we add it so we get visibility though?
Once they are drawn down, they will be added.
Okay.
Yep, that's good.
Do we know what the process is for them being drawn down?
Once they've been
Definition
confirmed,
of the
it will
project.
happen.
All right. I'm just worried we've got money sitting there that we don't have visibility of at all.
If it starts spending, it needs to be drawn down. They can't spend until it draws down. So it is just sitting at a program level at this point.
Right. Okay.
All right, thank you. Jimmy.
Thank you, Chair. Two questions. First one, on page 118, yeah, Horseway Junction Road extension. I'm concerned that this project two issue. One is the budget, because in here, you show us, last month still the council approved budget is $12.5 million. Forecast also $12.5 million, but this month change to the $13.7 million. But this the figure still temporary, because you mentioned that's based on updated design cost and best information. But the Kiwi Rail, the program, the detailed information will be given to the council start in October or November. So in that time, probably still, have another amendment change. So I just want to know, even you mentioned earlier, the CE have engaged with their CE, etc., secret weapon, etc. But last month we mentioned the mayor would like to, on behalf of council, send a letter to responsible ministers. Am I right? So whether we send it to the ministers or not, I don't know. Whether can speak out those the
That's what we talked to. We're going to try and get to the CE to CE and mayor to chair. Leaders, and they're starting to go out the door. So that's
not yet.
That's what I answered before. Yes.
So the letter that Jimmy's asking about is
It's
the
underway.
same letter that you mentioned a few minutes ago.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. And so there's a budget. The other one is concern the delivery time, because the couple months ago in finance performance committee, all the delivery time always in May of 2022, but last month we changed to the June of 2023. So consider the 30 months, behind those delivery time. But I'm particularly concerned based on the current situation, because the Kiwi Rail, the program, still the information not yet, provided to us. So whether this delivery schedule will be further delayed is my concern. Or not, you already consider those 30 months is tolerate. All those reverse effect all consider.
So as we discussed at the last at the last meeting,
yes,
the change in this project was as a result of the changes that were predicted as the budget changes that were set in the LTP.
Yes.
So that was changed as part of the LTP. You asked us to look at deliverability. We did, changed the delivery profile. So then the dates changed. We have done the best estimate we can to give you the best estimate you can on when we think we will be delivering, given all of the communications that we've had with Kiwi Rail. I can't crystal ball gaze. I haven't got an absolute answer for you, Councillor. I'm sorry.
I think
But
it's
we
fair to
do
say
know-
as well that all projects, until we've tendered and got a contractor schedule, is subject to risk in time frame and cost.
Yeah.
Okay.
But there is still a very real risk of costs and time being exceeded. That's why we've marked it red on the watch list.
Second question, on page 126, the major cycleway facility. All this list, I didn't see the Southern Express, the major cycleway the facility in here. All the major cycleway in here, I didn't see where about. Why the missed out?
South Express is in the externally funded projects.
What I mean?
In your externally funded projects.
Okay.
As reported, isn't it?
Yes, it's on page 121.
121. Oh, sorry. Okay. Just want to know because I sent the issue to the the C office, on the 6th of
That will-
September, but particularly regarding the section 1 of the high to the Templeton, particular Templeton 1, the Templeton the community concern, the section between the Grove Bay to the Watson's Road, this section, the contractor did some work before, but suddenly the stop, didn't work. So they asked what's the rationale. So I still cannot, because I didn't get those one. They but very concerned this one.
I will get back to you with a detailed response today. Our contractor has not started work. Selwyn District Council's contractor started some work out there. It's Selwyn District Council land.
But it's all
I've only
area.
just figured that through in the last.
So you'll get an
hours.
answer to Jimmy
you'll get a
outside
detailed
of the
answer
meeting.
outside
We'll
of
answer
the
the
meeting.
question. All right, that's fine. Thank you.
I'll come back to you today, Councillor.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Anything further? I'm keen to pick up the pace. We're moving slowly at the moment. All right. So nothing else on transport, Lynette. Thank you very much indeed.
Very much.
Ruth, back to you.
Excellent. All right, let's, Helen, Three Waters. So financial year 22 budget of 205, currently forecasting 188. So by way of contrast, Three Waters spent 153 last year, so need to deliver an additional 52 million this year.
So you'll see noted in the report that we are seeking additional resource, particularly in asset planning and in project management resource to deliver this. And executive leadership team have already approved an additional program manager in here. So we'll separate out our drinking water program from our wastewater program from our stormwater program, and we'll have 3 separate program managers over those to ensure that we're managing those programs as efficiently as possible. And one of the issues in there is, as Lynette said, is making sure we've got some projects sitting on the shelf if we need to do some substitutions, and keeping an overview on the program level and substituting those projects if we need to. There is a challenge at the moment, filling vacancies across design, asset planning, asset management and project managers, so that may cause us some problems over the next few months, but we'll stay optimistic on that for now and wait and see what happens as we advertise. The other thing that we're doing is that we are packaging up more of our renewals projects, and that's to save time for us and sort of transaction costs on each individual project, but also to give that certainty to the consultants and the contractors that they've got that work to deliver and they've got the time to do that. So there's a couple of things that we're doing in there. And I think finally we are also taking that project by project approach to looking at what equipment we require and whether or not some early purchase is required. So that is also in the mix for some of our work. And happy to take questions.
Excellent, thank you. Are there any questions for Helen? Yanni?
I mean, it's kind of a general question around like what we've just heard at the start of this presentation, and then looking to spend more money and do more with either existing resource or trying to acquire additional resource and capacity. And to me, it seems quite a big contradiction, like with the supply chain issues. So, what thoughts gone into rescoping what we do rather than trying to get additional resource so we can meet what we can do what we say we're going to do based on the earlier presentation?
So we had already signalled an increasing program in Three Waters. So we'd signalled that early to the contractors forum and to the consultants. So they were aware of that and have been gearing up for it. And we've also been gearing up for it internally. So I don't think we need to do that right now. However, over the next few months, we'll have a much better idea of what we can deliver and whether or not some rescoping of that is necessary.
Okay, but fundamentally with Three Waters, we're pretty well prepared, pretty well programmed, and have a kind of degree of confidence that we can meet what we're going to do.
And some of that will come clearer over the next few weeks. So we don't fully understand the impact of the COVID lockdown, and we don't fully understand what the employment market is like out there, although we have been getting very good responses to advertisements across council and in Three Waters. So, we're reasonably optimistic about that.
Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you. Any further questions for Helen? All right, Helen, thank you very much indeed. Ruth, back to you.
Darren, in terms of community, so there's two big projects that are in the community space. We've got the Otakaro Avon River Corridor and Naval Point. They've got a budget of 33 million this year, forecasting 34, and last year spent 25.
Thanks, Ruth. Kia ora koutou. Much greater degree of confidence in delivering more of our program this year. As Ruth said, we've got 134 projects essentially from the ground up. A large number of those are further along in the project phase. We're relying on a couple of the big hitters to bring home a large expenditure, and highly confident there. We've got the 3 bridges under construction at the moment in the Otakaro Avon River Corridor. We're completing the works in Littleton for the Naval Point Phase 1 development work. So alone between those two, there's $10 million worth of works to complete. We are also, for some of the smaller projects, still hamstrung with supply chain issues. We've also got issues with MIQ spaces for specialist applicators coming into the country to do, for example, a rolled roof on Cal Stadium. So every one of these smaller projects still have the same issues. Yanni, you talked about a delay with provision. We're buying new slides from a company within Aotearoa in Palmerston North. Normally 6 weeks, currently 28 weeks. So they're steel that are powder coated, same sort of thing. So big projects aside, there's still these issues of supply of both personnel and product. So we are working really hand in glove with Jane's team to do analysis around that in terms of how we go to contract, risk around delivery of those bits and pieces. We're working closer with the legal services team around contract and risk. And Ruth's team also provide a monthly health check for all of our projects in terms of an independent review of how they're going and probability of deliverability. So take any questions.
Great, thank you. Questions? No questions? Yanni.
I've put the question through around the playground renewals and the equipment. So I'm just kind of interested in, we've got projects that we've currently already signed off on that we were supposed to have already built that we're not building because we've had delays. What's the communication? Have we got a communication resource to communicate to the community on the community ones around why things are being delayed and what the anticipated timeframes are?
I've got an answer here which I'm happy to email to you. So the two you mentioned, Yanni, the King Park and the Radley Playground, they're due to start within 2 weeks. Start work notices will be going out.
Right.
So as I say, we've scheduled these programs based around what was happening last year, 6 to 8 weeks delivery, and we're up to week 28. But the supplier in Palmerston North has confirmed they are coming. And our project managers keep in touch with community boards as well. And the local communities that are impacted here will have start work notices coming out next week.
Yeah, I just wonder whether there needs to be something a bit more than a start work notice, something that just kind of explains to people what's happened. I mean, when people make submissions and expect things to happen, rather than waiting for them to complain that they haven't seen anything and it's long overdue, it'd be quite good to be able to communicate, when we know that there's a delay, to say, hey, sorry, we said we would do it on this time frame. But actually, because of COVID, people will understand. But I think when they don't hear, they get kind of upset. So
yep.
I guess I'm just wondering if you have a kind of communication resource other than the start work notice that kind of keeps people briefed where things are being delayed as to the reason why.
Yep, it's a fair comment, and we'll probably need to do more of that as these supply chain and delay issues come on as an organisation as well.
Cool. Okay. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Okay. So Darren, thank you for that. Nothing further.
Alrighty, Simon, IT. So Simon's out, CIO. So the IT forecast, I just need to say, has been adjusted since the writing of this report to reduce the forecast that was sitting at a program level. So it now just reflects our projects for delivery this year. So that's currently at 22 as opposed to the 27 in the report. And last financial year, IT spent 14 million.
Good afternoon. So I'm just going to go through some of the key points. I'll try and keep it snappy in the interest of time. As Ruth mentioned, we have recalibrated the forecast. Now we've done some more detailed planning, so we think that's more realistic and sitting where it needs to be. Contextual, unlike last year, we have been able to maintain the momentum transitioning into this financial year. So we're tracking for the first 2 months 3 times higher spend than the same time last year. First 2 months have also been within 6% of forecast accuracy, so we're sharpening up our accuracy there as well. Contextual numbers, 48 projects are in flight that were initiated in FY21, but crossover into FY22 as well. And thus far, we've initiated another 15 projects as well, and expect more to be initiated over the coming months. ELT have been very supportive of us looking at the digital capital portfolio rather than in a 12-month slice, in a 3-year program view, which is giving us a lot more flexibility to bring initiatives forward, push them out depending on how sequencing needs to happen, because digital is very fast-paced and unfortunately full of surprises along the way. So that's been very supportive and very helpful. It's given us the ability to program in 65% of our 3-year capital budget, and we expect that number to go much higher, obviously, over the next few months. Very similar themes to others that have come up around deliverability. Main risk is around workforce constraints. IT market is very active, very competitive, so we do have to attend to staff retention challenges as well. Mitigations in place, we are making use of contractor workforce, also panel partner providers. We are getting a little creative as well, where we are recruiting people offshore, allowing them to work remotely until they are able to come on shore. So I was on the phone this week to somebody in Australia, another new starter in Argentina, and another one in Brazil. So we're being creative there. COVID lockdown, the current COVID lockdown impacts haven't been significant, and it's, I guess the main challenges relate to equipment and that procurement process, like I'm hearing for others. But from a materiality, from the overall program, it's not that high.
Great, thank you. Thanks very much. All right, so no questions. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you.
One more, Parks.
Indeed.
Andrew. So against a budget of 11 million, Parks are currently forecasting 10, and last year spent 5.4.
Kia ora. I'll keep this brief. So I guess in terms of deliverability and confidence around deliverability, there has been quite a shift already. We've had, over the last 6 months, we've had a seconded role who's entirely focused on our program. So just so, I'm not sure if there's confusion or not, there's about 220 plus parks projects in the capital program, of which we deliver within our parks unit. We've got 103 of those, and the rest are delivered by Darren and Al's team. So just in case people didn't understand that, so I'm talking to what our parks unit does ourselves, our rangers, etc. In terms of deliverability against last year, about 6 million of the program sits in the top 20 projects, and of those, 50% of them are already in contract in flight. So that's giving me a lot more confidence around the numbers and the volume of projects that we can deliver. Going forward, we've been focusing a lot more in the last couple of months on accurate forecasting, and we're now moving into commitment. So we're putting together a procurement plan using as many existing contracts as we can for delivery of lots of small items. You know, we have some projects codes that are sort of 20k and less, and lots of them. So I'm personally feeling a lot more confident in terms of our deliverability from where we are this time last year. Happy to answer any specific questions.
Great, thank you. Sarah.
Thanks so much, Andrew. I'm just wondering how the getting on board of the new ranges and things that we approved in the LTP is going.
Yeah.
Because that part of that is that deliverability stuff, right?
It is, exactly. I literally just came from a job sizing meeting this morning, so I'm hopeful that we'll be able to advertise those very, very shortly.
Yeah, so one of my questions is, when we're looking at deliverability now and in future years, because those positions, we've set them as 3 years, so it's the length of the 3-year section of the LTP, those jobs will end up then finishing at the end of June 2024, and then if we have approved them again, it has to go through another 4-month process to try and get people on board again. Will there be a proposal coming to us to maybe make those permanent to save that kind of thing?
That was the intent, and it was signalled in the initial
Yeah.
application, if you like, that we would like to find a way to make these roles permanent.
Yeah. No, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Yanni.
Sorry, just to understand, we only achieved 61% of the core program last year. We're adding $6.5 million to it for this year, and we're confident that we're going to meet that target. Are we putting additional resource into delivering more? Like, how are we going to... I'm still sort of struggling to understand.
So what we've done with the way we've set up that 200 projects is work with Darren and his team to make sure that we're not overloading them. So we've taken on more ourselves this year within the unit. Okay, and what we've done within the unit is distributed responsibility for delivery of those smaller programs wider. So effectively, with the existing resource we have within the unit, yes, we have more people focused on capital.
You do, okay.
So more people with smaller delivery requirements than having too few people trying to deliver too many projects. The thing that's really quite challenging when you have this many projects is you have, to a degree, a similar amount of project admin required for a $10,000 project as a $100,000 project. And so by distributing that load across the unit wider, it takes some of that pressure away.
Right. And does your group buy services from the capital design group or whoever?
We do when we need to, as all parks projects do when they need to, yes.
Is that kind of an efficient model? Like, I'm just thinking of like things that come at a local level.
Well, you're buying it one way or the other. You're either buying it externally or internally.
Right.
We don't have all of the wide range of resources available within the parks unit, obviously.
I wouldn't expect to, because this is a council approach. This isn't an independent unit that's separate from council.
No.
Right. So, but like when we're writing at community board to get landscape plans back, for example, we end up waiting, months and months and months. It's the engagement's done. It's just, is there a bottleneck at that technical getting the design stuff done, and how does that get addressed through
better planning?
Your team.
I'll put my hand up. Our team hasn't been as efficient as they could have been with forward planning, because we're often spending a lot of time reacting to community demand, but we're changing that paradigm now so that we're getting ourselves to a position where we can be starting to think a year or two out, so that we can give early notice to those internal service providers.
I'm very conscious of time. We're beyond 1 o'clock, and I'd said that we'd break for lunch at 1, and I'm keen to finish this item before we break for lunch. Are there any further questions? All right, so Andrew, thank you very much indeed. So Ruth, that's all of our presenters.
Yep, that's right. We have Alistair online, but you have heard from him today already, so unless there's any questions, I won't ask him to speak.
Yep, absolutely.
And then finally, I just wanted to call out the Capital Works map, which sits on our external website, and a reminder about that it has our current start and end dates for all projects in Christchurch. It's all our current projects in flight this financial year. So if you just put ccc.govt.nz/construction projects, you'll find it. But there's also a link on page 101.
Excellent. Thank you. All right. So once again, thanks to you and all of the presenters for an excellent and thorough presentation. I mean, I think what we've got is a situation where we changed the format of having the heads of the leaders presenting their work areas to us. That was before we got into some of these areas of concern that we've got with supply chain issues and the further lockdown and so on. I think that really is starting to show its worth now. That format has really worked well now that we've got some particular areas of interest in the current situation. So thank you to you and the team for all of the work that you're doing. So we've got a recommendation in front of us to receive the information in the report. I'm happy to move that. Sarah will second. Is there any debate? All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? That's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you. So I'll now adjourn the meeting until 2 o'clock, where we've got 2 open agenda items to deal with. and then we'll move into public excluded and deal with the public excluded agenda after that. So let's come back at 2 o'clock, finish the open agenda and move on from there. Adjourned until 2. Thank you. Open the meeting. So we've got 2 open agenda items still to deal with. And Leah, I'm very aware that we kept you waiting in the public gallery in the hope we might get to this before lunch, and unfortunately we didn't. But the first of the 2 items that you're presenting is the corporate finance report for the period ending 30th of June, which is item 12 on our agenda. So if there are any introductory comments that you wanted to make.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Turner. The only comments I'd like to take here, I mean, obviously this is one of the reports from the end of June that was delayed due to COVID. So I'm also conscious of the fact that this is quite old data now.
Yep.
And you'll get next quarter, the September quarter one, end of next month. So I'm not going to focus so much on the numbers unless there's specific questions, but the comments that I just thought is quite a good opportunity to take, given the meetings we've had and the conversations we've had in the last 3 months around debt and the impact on our very large borrowing program going forward and how we manage that. I thought, even though the report always talks about the different types of risks, I thought it's a good opportunity just to take 5 minutes to talk about how we manage those risks. So I wanted to talk, I've got Andrew Jeffries here, who's our treasurer, to help us through this, but I was just going to quickly talk about 3 of the key risks that we manage. Liquidity risks being the amount of cash that we have and having availability of cash to actually be able to pay our operating costs. And we do manage that risk by having a certain level of cash on hand, as well as having standby facilities in the event of not being able to have enough cash readily available. Our funding risk. Funding risk is the ability to actually refinance the debt as it becomes a maturity. So you never actually want to have all your debt maturing at the same time. And that's really highlighted, like, for instance, when COVID-19 happened last year, all of a sudden the markets moved, and if we'd had a lot of debt requiring to be refinanced, yes, we would have been able to get it, but it would have been at quite a lot of high cost. So we have policies that we put in place in regards to how much we have maturing in any given time, and that's also taken into account of our borrowing requirements and when we believe they would be. You also need to note that obviously we borrow in regards to our capital program and depending on when that is required. So we need to have some flexibility in there. One of the key risks, though, that has been one that we've been talking about a lot lately is our interest rate risk. So that's the risk of when we had to refinance and take new debt, the cost of that. And the way we manage that, or help manage that, is in regards to taking on hedging. So that way all our debt is actually borrowed on a floating basis. Now, floating, if you borrow everything on floating, you'll know this from a mortgage, it changes. The rates change every quarter. May go up, may go down. From a council point of view, that would be very high risk for us. It might be good last year when we had very low interest rates, but it wouldn't be so good when things are forecast and based on our program. So what we also do is take into account our hedging program, which allows us to fix some of that debt, but we have to manage that. We also have to manage it based on where our debt and our reforecasting is coming through. But we do at the moment, and the graph that we have on page
132.
Thank you, 132, is a good example of, and if we scroll down, can we scroll down? Am I doing that? No, I haven't got it.
Sorry, we don't have the. Do you just have the minutes up, not the actual report? Did you want the report?
You got it? Okay. Right. So what this does is shows the policy.
Bottom half of 132, sorry.
Yeah. So what this does is shows us our policy ranges, how much we want fixed and how much we don't. And it also takes, so if you look at it, there's a green line there that shows our profile of our debt going forward. And you can see the dotted lines is actually the maximum minimum. So right at the moment, we're probably about 90% fixed, which means we're quite good consistency. We know exactly where our debt is, our cost of debt is. As you can see, as we go further, because we don't know when some of that debt we have to borrow, is the range actually drops a bit. But it is a way how we manage it. We can also take in what we say forward start swaps, okay, which means that we're hedging ahead of debt that we are needing to borrow. That's all very complicated, and I'm happy to take you through a briefing or a workshop at some stage to go through some more detail. But the reason I wanted to bring it to attention today is that these are the key things that we need to manage and why we manage them. And when I get asked, do we believe that raising interest rates are going to have a major impact on us? They will have an impact on us, but they won't be fully unmanageable because of the nature of the hedging program we put in place. Did you want to add anything, Andrew?
No, I think that's good. I'm happy just to take any questions, I think, on that.
So do we want to take questions on that part of it? In regards to the debtors stuff, which goes further on, as I said, it is the only other thing. I've just changed how we've written this report a wee bit. Our debtors at 30th of June have gone back to more in line where they were, if you remember, in year ended 20. Obviously, right in the middle of COVID, our debtors did shoot up a bit for obvious reasons, but it has gone back down to the normal where we are. I think the key thing with this, though, and I'm just going to make sure I get to the right table, is actually the stuff that is actually, so yes, our total debtors, including the ECAN debt, is 18.7 million. However,
this is 135.
Thank you. However, the key number I think that we should be looking at is actually the prior year debtors, especially from rates. I'm talking about rates debtors here. So which is actually at 1.6, including ECAN. That's the key number because that's the debt as at the 30th of June 21. That was the rates that are due from the owing from the previous year. Okay. That one is actually not too bad considering our level of debtors.
All right, thank you. So just moving to any questions. Tim.
Thank you. 4.7 on 132, I believe it is.
Yep.
We've got 50. Was it? Oh, hold on, I've got to find it myself so I can know what I'm
50
doing.
50 million on call.
Yeah, so we've got 1.3. So we keep talking about being with regards, we are with LG&Z, our borrowing.
Yep.
And so so we've got 50 million, on call from Rabobank.
So LGFA is our borrowing program.
Yep.
This, what we're talking about, is our money that we've got that we've invested essentially on term deposit or on call.
So that's 50. Actually, it's so. What's the interest we're getting off that?
It's 0.85,
cool.
I think.
Cool. Thank you.
Any further questions? No. Leah, anything else that you were wanting to raise?
Not at this stage.
All right, thank you. So realising that this report has come late and we've got another one due next month?
Yeah, I think it is next month. I was just asking Andrew that, yes, because it'll be the quarter to September.
So we've got a recommendation to receive the information in the report. Mike, you'd already indicated you're happy to move that. Pauline will second. Any discussion? All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? That's carried. Thank you. And then, Leah, your next report is item 15, the Christchurch Foundation. Sam is going to chair this item, just given that I've got an interest as a trustee. So, Sam, over to you.
No worries. Do you want to run us through anything you've got to add and then we can go to questions?
Yeah, so the one thing I wanted to say is that this is, again, a report for the end of June. Amy Carter would have been here today, except this was being delayed, and we've said to her that because she had other things that we said that not to attend. And the reason so much for that is it's a good report, and also you need to remember we will soon receive their annual report, in which case she will be here to present to that. So there'll be a lot, and it will be based on the same data. So it's just if there's any specific questions, and if I can't answer them, I will come back to you with them.
Perfect. Has anyone got any questions? Yanni?
Thank you. I mean, given we've heard that they're working to get greater sustainability of funding, not reliant on council funding, I guess the thing that raised my interest was 1.3. The expenditure was in excess of council's funding contribution of 540,000. And that was 150,000 above it, and we're told it's funded partly from their balance sheet and partly from third-party donations. Do we know how much of the money that was on their balance sheet was previous grants from council to make up that shortfall?
No, I don't know the answer to that. Okay. I can find that out. But you also need to remember in that period, due to COVID, we did reduce their funding by 10% that year as well.
I think from memory they had about 100 grand or so sitting on the of income that had been received they hadn't spent, so it was money rolled forward that we'd given them.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but if it was our funding, it kind of, what's the point in reducing the funding if they then just...
Yeah, we.
But I guess just at a higher level,
yeah.
I mean, obviously we've been through a tough time with COVID, and you know, we've done a lot of work with the foundation to get to a better place. So I just was really keen to know if that item, particularly point 2, gave you any cause for alarm or concern that they wouldn't meet the projected sustainability targets that we'd previously approved.
Not at this stage, no.
Right. Okay.
Based on the conversations that we've been having with during the RDP period.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
But
And
I
I guess the other thing on that is we've already made the funding plan pretty clear in terms of when that tap turns off.
Yeah.
So it's on them now to do it. So and they've already confirmed that they were going to work towards that. So it is really on them.
Yeah. So this is more historic, basically, rather than looking forward.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
It is all. Yeah.
Any other questions? Sarah's happy to move it. Pauline's happy to second. Any discussion? All in favour?
Aye.
Against? That's carried. Thanks, Leah.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Leah. Thanks very much indeed. So now we come to item 16, the resolution to exclude the public. So I'm happy to move that the public be excluded from the following parts of the proceedings of this meeting, namely those items on page 206 and 207 of the open agenda and page 6 of the supplementary agenda. And Jake, you're happy to second. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? That's carried. Thank you.